Hey everyone, welcome back to the Maker's Gonna Learn YouTube channel. My name is Alicia, and today I'm bringing you something super new and exciting. I've been seeing this all over YouTube, and it is 3D sublimation. So if you're new to the sublimation world, what sublimation is basically taking a beautifully printed image and transferring it on to a polyester coated blank. So they make tumblers with this coating. They've got polyester t-shirts, lots and lots of different things that you can sublimate on. Now, the difference between normal sublimation and 3D sublimation is that the images for the 3D sublimation are gorgeous and that they look three-dimensional. So let me show you all exactly what I'm talking about. So this is a 3D printed sublimation tumbler that we use some succulents on. Y'all, how gorgeous is this print? It looks like I could reach out and touch it. These images are brand new to the Maker's Gonna Learn sublimation course. If you all are interested in the course, we will have a link below. It's gonna teach you everything you need to know about sublimating. But these are new, these 3D images, they're just so beautiful. We had to have them. And so this is an example of one that we made, and we're gonna be working with something similar, but different colors today. So you all can kind of see a dark option and a light option and see, really with the lighter option, you're gonna get more of that 3D effect. So we'll go ahead and get right into the tutorial. So for today's tutorial, I'm gonna be using the PYD Sublimation Tumbler Blanks. These are the 20-ounce tumblers. They're very, very good size. This is my favorite size of tumbler. But depending on which tumblers you purchase, the sizing is going to be different and things like that. I know that the PYD sublimation blanks are tried and true for us. You're going to get lots of inconsistencies in sublimation blanks. So make sure if you are looking for a manufacturer and you find one that you love, that you stick with them and repurchase from them, because they are not all created equal. PYD is great. I will link this below if you all love this project and you want to get into sublimating, especially with tumblers. Their blanks are amazing. We are also going to be using the PYD tumbler press. This is so good. Y'all, we have been sublimating with a convection oven forever, and we just recently kind of switched over to using the tumbler press more often. I love it. We probably will never go back. The convection oven does really good. This just kind of takes it up a notch. So love their press. I'll link this below for you all as well. But before we start, we're going to go ahead and measure our tumbler, and then we'll hop into Canva, which we're going to be using today to make our design. And then we will go ahead and get started. So I'm just going to sit a burnishing tool there to hold my tumbler steady. And then you're going to need a flexible ruler. I've got one of the Maker's Gonna Learn rulers right here. And what you're going to need to do, remove your lid first. We're going to be measuring from the top to the bottom. Now, we want these measurements to always be super precise, especially when we're sublimating. We don't want to be off by much at all. So all the way from the top to the bottom, make sure you're as straight as possible. And we're going to do that at 8 inches. And then I'm going to take this and measure all the way around the top. Now, make sure that you're not grabbing tapered tumblers. They're much more difficult to sublimate on. These straight edge tumblers are really your best bet. So I'm going to wrap this around, making it as tight as I possibly can. Going all the way to that 0 mark. You can see it's right there between, it's right before 9.5. Let's go into Canva and start our design. So we're going to be using canva.com. If you're not familiar, they have a free version of Canva, which is great. You can use it to make your sublimation designs. All we're going to need to do is create a design. We're going to hit custom size. Make sure to change this to inches. And then we're going to make our document the exact size of our sublimation tumbler. So we did 9.5 by 8 inches. We're going to create a new design. And then this is where the magic happens. So you're going to start to upload your images over here in our uploads. I've already got some in here ready to go. If you are a Sublimation course member, then you already have access to lots of our Sublimation files. These 3D files will be added very soon, and you all can see right here, we've already got a beautiful selection. These are the succulents that I did before, but I think today I'm gonna be using this beautiful floral image. This is like a pink and beige, purple and beige floral image, and I'm just popping it in to my layout. I'm gonna pull this over until the edge meets the edge. Now the bottom part coming off here is totally fine. You can adjust it up and down depending on what portion of the image you want sublimated. I'm gonna actually move it up because there's more flowers if I do it this way. And then that is basically all it takes to add in your image. Now I am gonna title this just so I don't lose it in my downloads. I'm gonna title this Floral 3D Sub Tumbler. Okay. And then we'll go share, download, and I'm just downloading this as a PNG, and then we'll select download again. So once it's downloaded onto your computer, it's gonna go into a folder. If you don't see it right here, you can always go to your Finder or go to your downloads and find it there depending on what type of computer you're using. I'm just gonna open this up and we're gonna go File, Prints. Now I'm using an Epson SureColor today. This is a printer made for sublimation. I love this printer so much. I'm gonna go ahead and change the size of my paper. So we're just gonna be using the US letter. I am going to go to print settings, and right here you can see it's automatically going to mirror my image for me. Now if you're not using a sublimation focused printer, you're going to need to mirror your image yourself. You can do that before you actually go to save your project. So you could just select your image right here in Canva and flip it horizontally and then save it and print it. But I knew that my printer would automatically be doing this for me, so I just went ahead and left it as is, and then you can see right here I've got that mirror image option. So it's not going to be as important when you're using patterns, but if you have words in your design, it's going to be really important that you mirror it. Otherwise, when you sublimate, it's going to be backwards. So I've got my print settings exactly how I want them. Now go to color matching if you're using an Epson SureColor, and make sure to hit color sync. If you don't, a lot of times your colors are gonna be a little bit darker than you prefer. So I'm just gonna always select this color sync, and it's gonna match my colors perfectly. And now all we're gonna need to do is select print, and it will print our image out. Today I'm gonna be using the A-Sub sublimation paper. This is the 8.5 by 11. We love A-Sub paper around here, especially for tumblers. And we're just gonna go ahead and slide some of this into our printer. Make sure you've got the A-Sub looking at you so it's facing up. Just gonna slide that right into the tray. And then back on the share screen, we're gonna go ahead and select print. Okay, so here's our image, y'all. This is gorgeous. I am obsessed. I love the colors. I love everything. What we're gonna need to do next is trim all of the white edges around our image. Now you can use a paper trimmer for this, but I personally prefer to use scissors. I can just get a better handle on it. Sometimes the paper cutter jacks up my edges, and I just don't like that. If you're more comfortable using a paper trimmer, go for it. But I'm just gonna take my scissors and very carefully go all the way around our edges. Be careful whenever you're touching your image not to scratch it or anything. It will scratch the ink off, so you just want to be super careful. So now that our image is cut out, what we're going to need to do next is lint roll our cup. So this might sound and seem a little bit crazy, especially if you're new to sublimation. But what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna actually stick my hand inside of here. We're gonna lint roll. That way there's no residue or like leftover plastic, y'all, you would be surprised at the things that you don't see on your sublimation blanks. We love to lint roll everything before we go in to heat press it. Otherwise, it'll leave like random marks. Sometimes they're like little blue marks all over your blank, and we just do not want that. We want this to look flawless. And then the next thing I'm going to do is line this up. And I just want to make sure that everything is the right size before we go to tape our image to our cup. It's looking like pretty good on the height area. And then we're just gonna wrap it. Okay. And there's a little tiny bit of an overhang. I'm just gonna trim that up just a little bit, just barely, and then we will get it all taped. So I like to line this top edge of my design up with the top edge of my cup. Make sure if you are using something where the direction matters, that you've got your design placed towards the top side of the cup and not to the bottom, or vice versa. We don't want our design to be upside down or backwards. And then I've just got some heat resistant tape here. This is made for sublimation. I'm just gonna tack on the start of this. That way it kind of stays in place. I'm going to do a piece at the top and a piece at the bottom. And then pull it as taut as you can. And then I'm just going to keep this top edge of the cup lined up with the top edge of our paper. Okay. I'm going to put a piece along this seam. And then I like to run my fingernail along the crease of this. You want to make sure that your design is on here really tight. So when you're sublimating, the two important key factors are pressure and heat. And so we really want to make sure that our design is snug on our cup. The heat press is going to help us a lot with this. But I also want to make sure that my tape is securing my design down to the cup really, really well. So I'm going to continue to tape this entire top rim and the bottom rim. The tighter that is, the less ghosting you're going to get. And I'll show you all what ghosting is here in just a minute. But what it looks like is your design kind of fades out and it gives it this just like a weird ghosty look. And so people call it ghosting. So what I'm going to do is just work my way around the entire bottom and top and get everything taped down really well. And then sometimes I'll kind of take it and put a lot of pressure on it to make sure that that tape really adheres down. And I'm going to repeat the process on the top. So you can see here, I've already got our press preheated to 385. What we're gonna do is put in some butcher paper and then slide our tumbler in. I'm gonna press it for 60 seconds with the seam up. And then after that 60 seconds is over, I'm gonna put my heat gloves on, rotate it 90 degrees and heat it for another 60 seconds. So with this press, there's a little gap at the top. And so you have to rotate it to make sure that the whole thing gets sublimated. But you are gonna have to play around with your heat settings and your time settings sometimes. This is just what works for us with this heat press. So even in the convection oven, we're using different heat settings as well as time settings. This one sends a lot more heat a lot quicker, and so we don't have to do it for nearly as long as we would in a convection oven. So 385, 60 seconds, rotate it 60 more seconds, and then pull it out and it's done. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna get some butcher's paper ready. Just gonna slide that in there and kind of hold it open. And I like to put the seam up first so I can remember where it's at. So we're gonna go seam in, and then we're gonna go ahead and press it. Now make sure if these knobs are not all the way tight that you tighten it all the way. That way it's firmly pressing on the mug. Like I said earlier, you wanna make sure that there's lots of pressure as well as heat at the same time. This causes that ink to form into a gas, and the gas adheres to the polymers on the coating of the tumbler. So that's how the sublimation process works, and this should beep at 60 seconds. Okay, I'm just gonna open it, and then I'm going to turn it so the seam is at the bottom. We're gonna close it again. Okay, and then we're going to carefully remove it. Make sure you have heat gloves on. We're gonna let this cool down before we actually remove the paper and all that, because these get very hot very quick. So I'm just gonna take a weeding tool and start removing some of this tape. It's still a little toasty. You can let it cool all the way down if you want, but I'm impatient and I can't ever wait. So I'm gonna go ahead and start peeling this off, and I'm just wearing my heat gloves. Okay, first of all, are you all as obsessed as I am? I love this. I love the design, the colors, the fact that it looks three-dimensional. This is just next level sublimation for me. I'm hooked. So, if you all love this, you can get these files. They're only in our sublimation course. They do not come in our standard membership, but they're great for the people who want to start putting beautiful images on their own tumblers. Y'all, I can't, I'm obsessed with this. So pretty. Make sure to look out in the sublimation course for all of these new 3D files. We cannot wait to see what you all create with them. This is just so gorgeous and I love it. If you made it this far, I just want to let you all know that we are giving you $70 off of our sublimation course today. This is huge. We have put so much time and energy into the sublimation course. We teach you all everything from what printers you need to use, what presses are great, and all of the above. Not only that, but you're going to be getting over 200 to 300 files, and we're adding more. So these 3D sublimation files will be in there very, very soon, and we would love for you all to be a part of it with us. So make sure to click the link in the description. If you're curious about learning more on sublimation, we have tested and tried out so many different things for the sublimation course, and we would love for you all to try it out for yourselves. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe and hit that little bell so you're notified every time that we make new crafty videos. And if you like this video, check out this one over here. I think you all love it just as much. See you in the next one. Bye.
If you love sublimation, but you're always looking to improve your skills, make sure to stick around, because in this video, I'm gonna give you 10 or more skills that's going to instantly make you better at sublimation. If you like all things sublimation and crafting, make sure to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so that you can be notified every time we get crafty. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. The first thing that I feel like a lot of people do not do, especially those that are new to sublimation, is you don't print enough. Now, hear me out. The reason that I say that is because sublimation printers, whether they are converted sublimation printers or printers that are already set up for sublimation, they still have a tendency of getting clogged very easily. So that's why I think it is so important that we print at least once a week, if not more, even if you don't plan on pressing anything that week. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but you can pre-print designs and save them for months at a time. Plus, if you do that, you've already got half the work done. So when it comes time to make something, you have these designs that you can choose from, and all you have to do is pick them out and press them onto your blank. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about is specifically about your blanks. and that is pre-pressing your blanks. Now, you may already do this, but I want to give you the reason behind why we pre-press our blanks, and that is because moisture. Moisture can really ruin your sublimation project, so if you can, I highly suggest you always pre-press your blank no matter what type of material. What that is going to do is the heat from your press is just going to make that moisture that has been trapped evaporate, and it's going to give you the best press possible. Speaking of pressing, we always need to make sure we do not overpress or overheat our images. Here is an example of an image that has been overheated and overpressed, and we'll go overhead so you can see it. Here you can see it was such a high temperature that it kind of burnt the material, but not only that, you see the ghosting and how fuzzy it is. This is definitely something we want to try to avoid. So most sublimation blanks, you are going to press between 380 or 385 to 400. Now there are other materials that you may have to do over 400, but our range for sublimation is going to be between 380 to 400 degrees. The next tip that I have for you guys is to make sure that you tape your designs properly. If you're not aware of how sublimation works, how it works is you have your sublimation image, you put it onto your blank and you tape it, and the pressure and the heat then takes this special sublimation ink, it turns it into a gas, and then that gas attaches to the polymers that are on or in your blank. So it goes from a solid state to a gas back to a solid. And what's so important about taping your images onto surfaces, especially curved surfaces like this, is because if it is not really tight up against that surface, that gas can then escape and really cause like fuzzy effect on your image. So let's go overhead and let me show you a good example of taping and one that could be improved. So here you can see on the bottom of the cup how there is tape all the way around and there are no gaps from this image to the cup. That is a great example of how it should be taped. Now this is taped okay. If it were me, I would go ahead and add another piece of tape down the seam, but this is definitely something you want to avoid. Now it is pretty tight around there, but if I were doing this, especially in a convection oven and not in a heat press or not in a tumbler press, I would tape this as well, just to make sure that I know my image is going to come out super crisp. Another thing that we absolutely love here at Maker's Gonna Learn are reusable silicone wraps that you can also put around your tumblers, your cups, and so many other things. And what it does is it creates a really tight barrier on the outside of your tumbler, making sure that that image stays up really close to the tumbler and gives you an amazing result. Now, we have used shrink wrap in the past, and for the longest time, we really didn't love that, and we got some really good results using shrink wrap. However, I feel like they're not all made equal, because the last few times we have used shrink wrap, they melt and burn, and we've just not got the best results. And we have found that silicone is one of those that you can buy it once, reuse it over and over, and you're always going to get an amazing result using this type of wrap. Another thing that you can do to really ensure that your printed image stays on your blank really well is to use a sublimation adhesive spray. Now, this specific one is the Albachem Eco Mist. What you're gonna do is you are going to take this, you're gonna make sure you shake it up really well, you're gonna take your image and you're gonna give it a light spray. Now, this stuff is sticky, so if you do not want it on your surfaces or on your floors, I would suggest doing it outside. It's okay to let it dry down and get tacky for a few seconds. That's actually probably the way that you should. And then from there, you could adhere that onto your surface, whether it be some type of garment or a tumbler or a hard surface. This works really well on all surfaces that we have found. Now, one thing that people do always ask us is, does this leave a sticky residue on your blank? No, it does not. What happens is the heat kind of disintegrates the adhesive, so it breaks it down and it does not leave a sticky residue that we have found. So we really, really love this sublimation adhesive spray. If you're not the best at keeping things taped down, maybe you have issues with your hands or arthritis, this is a really, really good alternative for that. Now, the next couple tips that I have for you are speaking about images that we are going to press on our blanks. And the first tip about images is making sure you have enough contrast on your image to make it pop on whatever you are pressing it on. Now, we're going to go to the share screen and I'm going to show you an example of an image that does not have a lot of contrast and how you can change that. But before we go into our share screen, I want to make sure you all are aware that this is going to be based on actual photos that have people in them. That's where you can really manipulate and bump up the contrast. If you are just pulling an image from Maker's Gonna Learn or Maker's Gonna Sublimate, those images should be great and have plenty of contrast. But if you are wanting to sublimate an actual photo, I'm gonna show you a quick trick on how you can increase the contrast to make sure that it pops off of your blank. Here you can see we have a beautiful image of Tanner and Courtney, and I love the colors, but if we go to press this, it is not going to show up really well. So we're gonna have to change the contrast and increase the contrast on this image to really make it pop. And how you're gonna do that is what we've done is we've opened this up in Canva. You can do this in the free version of Canva, but what you're gonna do is you're gonna upload your photo, add it to your page, and then from there you're going to click these two arrows and you are going to go to adjust. Here is where you can adjust your image. Now, you can adjust the temperature. I would suggest not messing with that one, but we want to come down here to the brightness and contrast. So if you wanted to, you can increase the brightness if it is a darker photo, but the contrast is really what we want, and we want to bump up the contrast, and you can see how now these colors are starting to pop off the page rather than when they are at 0. They look a little bit dull. I still think it's a beautiful picture, but when we're pressing, we do have to bump up that contrast to make those colors really pop. Now, you can play around with the highlights and the shadows and things like that, but the contrast is going to be the main thing when it comes to making those colors and that image pop. You can also come down here to the saturation, and if you still feel like the colors aren't popping as much, you can bump up the saturation a little. You just have to be very careful because the skin tone, if you bump up the saturation, skin tone can then become red. So you just need to be careful and not put too much saturation into your image because you do not want the people in your image to look red. The next tip that I have for you is making sure that we have super crisp images. Now, whether this is an image that you bought from someone to use for sublimation or your own image that you are using, we want to make sure that our images have at least 300 dpi or more. And what dpi means is dots per inch. So you want to have 300 dots per inch at least to make sure that you have a really, really crisp image. And the way that we're going to get that, especially if you're downloading from Canva, is once you go to share and download, you're gonna change it from PNG to PDF print, and you're going to, you can use RGB, but you're gonna be best to change it to CMYK. The only thing is when you change it to CMYK, you do have to have Canva Pro for that, but that color profile is going to match the color profile of your printer. So that's going to make sure that the colors are correct, and making sure you download it as a PDF is going to give you that 300 dpi that we are looking for. Now, most images that are already set up for sublimation that you either purchase or any image that you find in the Maker's Gonna Sublimate course is already going to be 300 dpi. So this is mainly going to be for photos that we download. So you really need to make sure that we download it properly. Once you have chosen that, you are going to select download, and then that will be ready to print. The next tip that I have for you guys is thinking ahead. Now, this may seem a little silly, but hear me out. Sublimation paper is not super cheap, so if we're thinking ahead and making sure we fill up the whole piece of paper with absolutely every inch that we can use to press on different items, that is going to really step up your sublimation game. Like I said earlier, you can pre-print sublimation images and store them for months at a time as long as you store them in a very dry area. You do not want these to have lots of moisture on them because that will change the quality of the image. but making sure we fill up a whole page and not wasting sheets of sublimation paper is going to really help you and step up your game. The next tip that I have for you is going to be one that is kind of very specific for neoprene items. Now, neoprene items are great blanks to sublimate on. For example, this is a neoprene lunchbox, and we have a cute little name to go on the front of this. However, if I were to just go press this like this, once we take that off the press, what's gonna happen, and we'll go ahead to show you, what is gonna happen is, even if I were to, let's say, cut this edge off, we're gonna have an indentation of where the edge of this paper was. I don't know why, but that's always what happens. So if you are pressing, especially on neoprene, what we suggest you doing is ripping the edges of your print. So you can see how that feathers the edge of that paper and makes it a lot softer. Now, if you do this, you want to make sure you give yourself enough room to rip the edges, but you do want to definitely rip those edges. And what that is going to do is it is going to prevent those harsh lines from staying on your neoprene blank. Now, the very last tip that I have for you guys today is to use a pressing pillow for a couple different instances. Instance number one is if you have an auto press and you cannot manually adjust your pressure. Pressing pillows come in super, super handy if you need something that has a little extra pressure. You can add that to the base of your auto press, and it is going to make that press just a little bit tighter on your blank to make sure that you have a perfect result. Or the second instance that you may need a pressing pillow is if you have a fabric or some type of material that has a little bit of a curved or textured surface. So for example, we have this waffle knit dish towel here that is sublimatable, but if I were to sublimate this, I would probably use a pressing pillow just to help that image really get down in the divots of this waffle knit. Another example is if you are pressing tiles. I highly suggest you use a pressing pillow if you are wanting to sublimate on tiles as well. And what that does is it just gets that image around the curved edges of the tiles and makes it look extremely professional. I hope you guys have enjoyed all the tips and tricks today. I definitely want you guys to leave me a comment down below. Let me know which one you liked the best, or if there was a tip or trick that we did not have in this video that you feel like made you a better sublimation crafter, leave that down below. We love sharing information, so we want to make sure that you comment and let us know what your thoughts are. Once again, if you've not already, make sure to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and if you're interested in learning more about sublimation, or you haven't started your sublimation journey yet, but you want to know what it's all about, make sure to click that first link down below. We do have Maker's Gonna Sublimate, which is a course that if you purchase, you get lifetime access to, where we're gonna walk you through choosing what printer you want, all the way through becoming a sublimation pro. If you enjoyed this sublimation video, make sure to check this one out next. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Maker's Gonna Learn YouTube channel. In today's tutorial, you all are not gonna believe what we're gonna be creating. We're actually gonna be taking a Dollar Tree cutting board and sublimating on it to make an amazing stained glass, either wall decor or an actual cutting board. Now, there are so many different techniques that you can use when it comes to sublimating on glass, but I'm going to be teaching you my absolute favorite way to do that, and that is using thermal laminating pouches. Y'all, it's so impressive what these thermal laminating pouches can do when it comes to sublimation. It is hands down my favorite way to sublimate on items that you never thought you'd be able to sublimate on. So with that being said, let's go ahead and jump overhead and talk about all the supplies that you're going to need. Now that we're here, obviously the base of today's project is going to be a Dollar Tree cutting board. Now you do not have to use the round. They do have square cutting boards available, but it's going to be the same technique whether you use round or a square. So this is going to be the main base of our project. If you can't find them at Dollar Tree, really any glass cutting board is going to work, because we're going to be adding these thermal laminating pouches, and that's what's going to give us the power to sublimate onto this glass. So you need your cutting board, and then the next most important thing that you need are the thermal laminating pouches. Now, I've used multiple different brands of thermal laminating pouches, and I've had really great results with all of the brands. This Everest brand came from Amazon. You can get a huge pack of these, and they will last you forever, because you're only going to use one side of the pouch or one side of the laminating sheet, and I'll show you exactly how to do that here in a minute. So you can do multiple items with one laminating pouch. So because we are going to be sublimating today, you do need your sublimation printer, whether that is your converted Epson EcoTank, your Sawgrass printer. There are so many different great sublimation printers, so whichever one you have is the one you're going to need. Today we are going to be using our Epson SureColor F170 series. This is Epson's Sublimation. This is one of Epson's sublimation printers. This is more of like the at-home sublimation printer. This is also linked down below if you are looking for a really great sublimation printer. We love our Epson SureColor F170. Now you're also going to need some type of heat source. Today we're going to be using the StarCraft clamshell heat press. You can use a Cricut Easy Press. Just make sure that your cutting board is going to be smaller than your heat plate. We really love our StarCraft heat press. Now, this is one that is going to be a little bit more on the pricey side, but really all you need is some type of heat source. Now, before we get into all the extra stuff, the other things that you definitely need for the sublimation process is going to be your butcher's paper. You're definitely going to need some heat gloves for this, because that glass is going to get very hot, and some type of heat tape or sublimation adhesive spray to keep your sublimation print down onto your blank. Now, all of the other things that you see here are going to be extra if you want it to hang, if you want it to add this little piece here. Now, how we have done that is these are like necklace charms. They're going to be linked down below for you, but I'll pull one out so that you can see exactly what they look like. These work really great because they do have the flat piece there, and what we do is we're going to take some DAP glue and we're going to put it here and adhere it to the back. So you're going to have two of those on either side, and then to attach a little chain, we just have two little jump rings, and then this is just, you can get necklace chain or any type of chain that you want to hang it on. And then of course, to work with all of this, we just have our needle nose pliers, and this just makes it a lot easier to work with this chain and these jump rings to get that adhered to this. Now, like I said, all of this stuff is not necessary to complete this project. If you just want the glass cutting board and nothing else, I'm going to show you how we remove these rubber feet on the back. And then what I would do is keep those, and then you can just re-adhere them on after you have finished sublimating. Another thing that I'm going to be using today is the Cricut Mini Easy Press, and I will show you exactly how I'm going to use this to adhere the thermal laminating pouches down when we get to that point. Now, this is not necessary if you don't have one. You can still adhere those pouches down using your heat press, but if you do have a Mini Easy Press, I'm going to show you my favorite way of adhering the pouches down, because it really helps me work with that and get those air bubbles out as I adhere it down to the glass. So I will show you exactly how we're going to use this when we get to that point. Now, today we're actually going to be using Cricut Design Space and Canva. It is not necessary that you have to use both of these design softwares if you want to create this. It's just the fact that I'm going to be taking a square file and turning it into a circle for this cutting board. If you don't want to do that, we do have some files that are already pre-made as a circle, or you can just use a square cutting board and you do not have to do this next step. You would just simply download your file into Canva, resize it, and print it. But I'm going to show you exactly how to do that from start to finish if you do want to take a square stained glass file and turn it into a circle. So we're going to go ahead and hop on over to the Makers Gonna Learn website. I'm going to show you all of the stained glass files that we have available for you all to use, and then we're going to start the process of manipulating that file to make it work with the circular glass cutting board that we're going to be using today. Now that we're here, you can see that we do have some really cute circular files already, but I really like the poinsettia. Now, I did the bright poinsettia for the first one, but I think I want to try this darker one for the next one so that we can really see the difference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to download this cut file by clicking this arrow that's pointed down. I'm going to come over here, double click it, make sure the file unzips. I'm then going to go back to Cricut Design Space, click Upload, Upload Image, bring my Finder back into view, grab my file, and drag and drop it into Design Space. Now from here, I'm going to click Complex. We're going to click Continue, Apply and Continue, and then we want the print and cut image, and we're going to upload it onto our canvas. Now that we're here, I'm going to enlarge this so I can really see the circular area of this file. Next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to grab a shape. I'm going to grab the circle, and I am going to enlarge it, and then make sure that it covers the full circular area that I want to slice out. Now, you can see it might be a little oblong. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to unlock this circle for just a second, and then come over here and just kind of manipulate it a little bit more and make sure it covers the full area, and it does. Now from there, I'm going to select both and slice that out. So now I have this outer edge here that I want to get rid of. And here I have my circular poinsettia, and then I'm just going to delete out that circle. Now, the next step you're going to do, this is my personal favorite way of taking something from Design Space and placing it in another design software. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take a screenshot or a screen grab of this. If you're on a Mac, it's going to be Command-Shift-4, and then here you can see that I now have this tool that I can take a screenshot of this area, and then so I click, drag, and release, and you can see down here that it has taken a screen grab of that. If you are on a Windows, it's called the snippet tool. So what you're going to want to do is go down to the bottom to your start menu, just type in snip tool or snippet tool, and you can do the exact same thing. So once you have taken your screenshot or screen grab of that, we're then going to head back over to Canva. So here we're in Canva. What I then am going to do is I'm going to create a design. I want to have a custom size design, and I'm going to make sure that this is changed to inches because I am going to be printing this on 8.5 by 11. I just want my width to be 8.5 and my height to be 11, and then we're going to click Create New Design. Once we have created our new design, I'm then going to go to Uploads. I want to upload a file. I'm going to go to Recents, and you can see that here I have my screenshot. So I'm just going to make sure that is selected and open that. It will then download. I'm then going to make sure it downloads, and then I'm just going to zoom in and crop this down to where it is just barely touching the circle on all sides. Now, this seems like it might be silly, but trust me, it's not, because by cropping your image down to where it touches the sides of the circle, it's going to give you the width across so you know how large this circle is. So if it's touching this corner to this corner, you can see here, once we do this, it is 4.1 inches width and height. So that means our circle is 4.1 inches across. So let's go overhead, and you can see when I go to measure this, this circle is a little under 8 inches. So what we then want to do is go back to Canva. We're going to pull this over to the side, and we're just going to, I'll zoom back out so you all can see better. We're just going to enlarge this. And we said it was a little under 8 inches, so we are going to 8.4. We'll just go ahead and do 8 inches altogether so that we might have a little bit of overhang. And now you know that your circle is going to be pretty close to 8 inches all the way around, which will fit on our glass cutting board. Once you have completed that, we're then going to go to share. I'm going to download this. We want to make sure that we download it as a PNG, and then we're going to click download. Once it downloads, we're then going to open it up. Beautiful. And then we are going to print. We're going to make sure that it's on our correct printer. Now, if you have the option, you always want to print best quality. For this one, I'm going to go to color matching, because if you have used an Epson SureColor before, and you've heard us talk about it on our channel, I really like using the color sync. The Epson color controls will sometimes come in handy, but for this specific project, I'm just going to use the color sync on the general purpose rigid, and then from there, I'm going to select print. Now, while that is printing, we want to prepare our glass cutting board. So first thing you're going to want to do is grab some type of spatula, and we are just going to gently remove these rubber feet off the bottom of our cutting board. Now, if you still want to use this as a cutting board, I would save these rubber feet, set them to the side, and then save them to apply. Now, one thing that it is going to do is it is going to leave a little bit of residue from the glue. My best suggestion is getting some type of essential oil, any type of citrus essential oil. Lemon works great. And I'm just going to add a little bit of this essential oil there. And I swear it is the best thing to take off adhesives if there is any residue left from adhesives. So I'm just going to take this, rub this off, and it just wipes right off. Once you have done that, you're still going to want to clean it with alcohol because it's going to be pretty dirty. So we're just going to wipe it down with some alcohol, and then I'm going to take a lint-free cloth and make sure I wipe down all of the fingerprints and stuff off of the glass cutting board. Once you have your cutting board nice and clean, I'm just going to place it down on a piece of butcher's paper. Now, this is just an old piece of butcher's paper, which is fine because I just want there to be a barrier between my work surface and the glass cutting board, because the next step is I'm going to add the thermal laminating pouches. Now, there are a lot of ways that you can do this. You can do this with your heat press. You can do this with your mini easy press. You can take your thermal laminating pouches, cut it out, and then add it. However, my favorite way to do this is to take your thermal laminating pouch, separate the front from the back, and you can do this by just kind of tearing that, just like that, setting one side of it to the side, and then I like to just add the whole thing over top. Now, the reason that I prefer this rather than tracing it and cutting it out is because I can adhere this down and then come through with a true control knife or an X-Acto knife and trim those edges perfectly around that. And the reason that I like using a Cricut Mini Easy Press is because I can take this once I have adhered the main part down and kind of adhere it to the sides so you don't have pieces that can get snug or snagged on the side of your cutting board. So what I am going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put on my heat resistant glove because this next part is also going to be very important, and I'm going to be using this at a heat setting of 2. Now remember, thermal laminating pouches do not have to have such a high temperature to adhere to surfaces, so that's why I'm using it on a heat setting of 2. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start on one side and I'm going to adhere this side, and then I'm going to push the bubbles out, and then keep working my way forward, which is why I have my heat glove on, so that I can touch this while it's hot. It's not going to be so hot that you can't touch it, but we're going to start pushing these bubbles out, okay? So we're going to do this one side, hold it down, push the bubbles out, and then just keep working our way around. Now that I have done that, what I can do is while holding this, I can come through here and just kind of curve the edge of this down with my mini easy press all the way around your glass cutting board. Once you have done that, you're going to want to let this completely cool to the touch. That way you can come in with your True Control knife and trim the edges. Once you have allowed it to cool and it is cool to the touch, my favorite thing is to come in with a True Control knife and just run it along the edge of your cutting board. That way you have a perfectly symmetrical cut and there is no guesswork on how large you should cut your laminating sheet. Now, if for some reason you do have places that you feel like can snag, what you can do, grab your mini easy press again and just make sure that those get adhered down to the edges of your glass. Once you have your laminating pouch secure, what we are going to do now is we're going to bring in our sublimation print. This top piece is the side that has the laminating pouch. What you're going to want to do is flip it over and place it on top of your design. Line it up and then grab your heat tape, and we're just going to tape this down to our design. Once we have secured our design down, we're going to come over to our heat press and we're going to be pressing this glass at 400 degrees for 60 seconds. So you're going to want to take your glass cutting board. We're going to place it design facing up next to the heat plate. You do want to make sure you have your butcher's paper at the bottom. You're going to make your butcher's paper sandwich, as I like to call it. So butcher paper at the bottom, your blank, your sublimation design, and then we're going to grab our another piece of butcher's paper and place it on top. Now, we are going to be pressing this medium to heavy pressure, so you might want to check your heat press and make sure, because the glass cutting board is going to be a little thicker than your normal sublimation designs. So you're going to maybe want to make sure you have that. That's a pretty good pressure there. And then we're going to press this for 60 seconds. Now, this is fixing to be done. You are going to want to make sure you have your heat gloves on, because this glass is going to be super hot and we're going to have to transport it from the heat press to our craft table. So make sure that you do wear your heat gloves. Once the 60 seconds is over, we are going to take the top piece of butcher's paper off. So now I'm just going to grab this, bring this over to the table. Now, if you want to check to see if it has sublimated all the way through, what you can do is take your design and flip it over. I suggest kind of taking a corner of it off to check it. This one looks like it has done really well, so we're just going to completely take this off. And y'all, look how beautiful. So we're just going to remove all of our heat tape. And before you start working with anything else, you're definitely going to want to make sure that this cools completely. It's going to be very hot, so it will stay warm for a while. So we're just going to let this sit there and let this cool down all the way. Now that our cutting board has completely cooled down, you only have one last step, depending on what you want to do with your cutting board, to be completely finished. Now, if you want something like this that you can hang in a window that looks like stained glass, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to grab these necklace pieces, and we're going to kind of place them where we think we would want them to go, like this. And then you're going to want to measure out your chain to see how long you want your chain to be, so we can then kind of like get an idea here. And I think that's good. Now, the one thing that I did find that was so much easier to do is to go ahead and attach this chain to these necklace pieces with jump rings before you glue them on. So how you're going to do that is you're going to grab 2 sets of needle nose pliers. You're just going to take each jump ring and separate them. That way you have enough room for the chain. We're then going to add the chain and then add the necklace piece on there. And then you are going to close that together. Now, once you have done that with both sides, which I'm only going to do it with one side today, you're then just going to add a little bit of DAP glue and then place it on the back side that has the laminating sheet, and you would do that to both sides. Now, that is one way you can do that, and this is what it's going to look like if you do it that way. So I love the hanging option. I think it is a beautiful way to display the stained glass cutting boards. However, if you still want to use the cutting board in your kitchen, what you can do, remember I told you to keep the feet. Now, this side of the cutting board is still just glass. There's nothing on it. It still can be useful as like a hot plate. So what you're going to do is you're just going to take your feet. There is still sticky on the bottom of them, and we can just stick those right back down. And if you want them to be more permanent, you can add some DAP glue to those as well, but you do not have to. They still stick pretty well. So we're just going to stick those back down, and then you can see we have a really beautiful cutting board that you can use as a hot plate or whatever you want in your kitchen. And that's it. It really is that simple to get some amazing looking cutting boards using laminate sheets and sublimation. Now, like I said, I know there are lots of different ways that you can sublimate on glass. If you don't want the clear look, you can use white adhesive vinyl. That is a great way to do this. But like I said, this is our favorite way to do it, is using the laminating sheets, because it really gives you a true stained glass look. If you want to recreate this exact project using the files that we use today, make sure to check out our website, makersgonnalearn.com. We are a crafting community where we bring you inspiration, education, and motivation to start crafting. Now, today we've done sublimation. We do a lot of Cricut crafts, but a lot of the files that we have can be used for sublimation as well. Or if you don't know where to get started with sublimation, we also have a program called Maker's Gonna Sublimate, where we walk you through start to finish, how to set up your printer, what printer you may need, all the way through becoming a sublimation pro. That link is also down below this video. If you want to get started with Maker's Gonna Sublimate today, click that link and join us, where you will get access to hundreds of sublimation ready files exclusive to our Maker's Gonna Sublimate members. It is a one-time only fee. Once you purchase this class, you have it for a lifetime. No matter how many updates we do, you always get lifetime access to all of the updates. If you have enjoyed this video and really like this craft, make sure to like this video, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so that you can get notified every time we get crafty. I have really enjoyed today's video. I love this project, and I cannot wait to see you guys in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Maker's Gonna Learn channel. My name is Lauren, and I'm a craft producer here at Maker's Gonna Learn. And in today's video, we are going to discuss all things sublimation and what products we truly love and go to every single time, and we think that you will too. Now, some of you may be here and be wondering, Lauren, what is sublimation? Well, let me tell you. Sublimation is a process where you use a printer that is designated for sublimation. And in this printer, you have what we call sublimation ink. Now, this is a dye ink. So what happens is it is printed on sublimation paper. You then take that paper along with heat and pressure, and you press it onto your blank. Now, blanks can consist of t-shirts, sweatshirts, license plates, socks, really anything that has a polymer coating on it, or it has polyester in the fabric. So what happens during this heat and press process, the dye ink that you have printed with your special sublimation printer will then turn from a solid into a gas. That gas will then adhere to the polymers in your blank. You're going to hear me say blank a lot throughout this video. Through this sublimation process with the heat and pressure, that ink is going to turn from a solid into a gas, and then that gas is going to adhere to the polymers that are on the blank. It then gives you such a high quality effect that does not come out in the wash. There are so many different things that you can create with sublimation. The possibilities really are endless. Here we have a super cute pillow cover. You can do t-shirts. We have sweatshirts, license plates, socks, tumblers. Really, the possibilities are so endless. So with all of that being said, let's talk about the products that we use and go to every single time we go to Sublimate. With that being said, let's start talking about all the products that we love and we go to every single time we sublimate. Starting off, let's talk printers. Now, there is a lot of information out there about printers, and there are printers out there that are good and some that are not the best. Our favorite here at the Makers Gonna Learn studio is going to be the Epson EcoTank line. Now, whether that is the SureColor F170, which we have here on the table, which is a printer that is automatically set up for sublimation, or the EcoTank ET2500 series, which is an inkjet printer that can be converted into sublimation, or even a larger format EcoTank printer, we love the Epson EcoTank ET8500 series. Any of those are really going to work. The Epson EcoTank is our favorite. Next on our list of go-to items is A-Sub paper. Now, the A-Sub paper is a special sublimation paper that really just gives you the best payout when it comes to color and quality of your print. Now, disclaimer, you can sublimate with copy paper. However, we have discovered that it really only works with certain items such as fabrics and things like that. It doesn't give us the best payout when we are doing it on a rigid surface. So every time we go to sublimate, we grab our A-Sub sublimation paper. Next up, heat sources. Now, as you can see, we have 3 different types of heat sources here in the video today. So let's talk about each one of them. Starting out, let's talk about our clamshell heat press. Now, this is going to be one that is going to be a personal preference, whether you want a clamshell, a swing away, or an auto press. This is just the one that we personally go to every single time. This is the StarCraft brand clamshell heat press. It gives a nice, perfectly even temperature all the way across the plate. We have never had issues with part of the plate getting hot and the other plate not. So we really, really love the StarCraft heat press. Now, it is going to be a little bit on the pricier side. If you do want a cheaper version or you are looking for a more budget-friendly version, we do really love the HTV Ront Auto Press. We have not had any issues out of that press. It is not currently on the table, but it is a really great economical heat press. Next, I want to talk about the convection oven. Now, this French door convection oven can be found lots of different places. This one specifically is the Gourmet brand from Walmart. We absolutely love this convection oven because if you are wanting to do tumblers, you can fit 3 to 4 tumblers in this convection oven at one time. Now, this is about $100. You can find these convection ovens on Facebook Marketplace, resale for very, very cheap. But one thing you do need to know is once you have used a convection oven for sublimation, you cannot use it for personal use to cook food in. The reason being is because sublimation does give off a gas, so you do not want to use a convection oven for both cooking food and to sublimate in. We really just love the convection oven because it is such an economical way to sublimate tumblers, and you can fit multiple in there at one time. The biggest downfall with the convection oven is the fact that you have to make sure when you are wrapping your design around your tumbler, if you are doing a full wrap, you have to get it super tight around your tumbler, even using silicone sleeves, things like that, just to make sure that your wrap stays in place, because there is no mechanism within the convection oven that allows you to get that tight squeeze around the tumbler that you need. With that being said, let's move on to the tumbler press. Now, this is going to be a little bit of an investment, especially if you are just a hobbyist crafter. This is really going to be for those people who plan on selling tumblers for a business and can justify the price of the tumbler press. The reason that I absolutely love this PYD Life tumbler press is because you get such a nice, even heat source all the way around your tumbler. It gives your tumbler a nice, snug hug so that you get seamless lines every time you press, and it gets the job done in about 2 minutes. Next, let's talk about ways to adhere your designs down to your blanks. Now, most everybody uses the heat tape, and I love this method. This is such a quick and easy method to tack down your designs onto your blanks so that you know that they don't move around. However, let me offer you to try the Condi Dye Trans Pro Spray 2. This has become my absolute favorite way to tack down any kind of design. This is a adhesive spray that you spray on your actual sublimation paper and then lay it on your blank. This gives you such a good tack down on whatever you are doing, and once you add the heat and the pressure, it leaves no sticky residue on your blank. So if you are in the market for a new adhesive and you have run out of heat tape, I highly suggest you try this. The next thing that I feel like is a must, especially if you are going to use the convection oven, if you're going to go that route for heat source for tumblers, is your silicone tumbler wrap. Now, you are going to adhere your design down with heat tape or the sublimation spray, either one, but then once you have done that, giving your tumbler a silicone wrap makes sure that that design has no gap, leaving no room for ghosting when it comes to the design sublimating onto your tumbler. This really changed the game for me, especially with sublimating tumblers in the oven. So if this is something you have, I highly suggest you grabbing this silicone wrap from Amazon. It's very cheap, it's reusable, and it's something that I grab every single time I make a tumbler using the convection oven. The next two things that I want to talk about that I gravitate toward so much are things that assist me in sublimating on items that you would never think you could sublimate on. For example, wood is one thing that you can sublimate on straight onto the wood, but it doesn't give you as good of a result as you would think. However, adding one small step will completely change the game when it comes to sublimating on wood. That is adding a thermal laminating sheet. There are so many things that you can add thermal laminating sheets to, and what this does is it gives it a barrier, and there are polymers within the thermal laminating sheet that allows that ink to absorb into it and gives you such clean, crisp, vibrant results. Next up is a little hack, and this is something that I go to especially when I'm wanting to sublimate on cotton. Now, let me be clear, this is not something you still can't sublimate on black with this, but it does allow you to sublimate on white or lighter color cotton t-shirts with this, and that is the DTF film and powder. What this does is this allows you to print your sublimation ink onto this film. You then add this DTF powder to it, and there is a process and a technique where you then cook it, that this powder has the plastic polymer coatings in it, and then you compress that design onto cotton t-shirts. So this is definitely something if you are wanting to sublimate and maybe you have customers that do not like the feel of the polyester t-shirts, definitely check this out. Everything that we've talked about is going to be linked down below. Our favorites, So this is one that I gravitate toward every single time I want to sublimate onto a cotton t-shirt. The last thing that we have is something that you must have no matter what you create, and that is going to be butcher's paper. What this does is it creates a barrier between your heat source and your sublimation design. Now, you might be wondering, why is that important? It's super, super important because if you don't have a barrier between your base layer and your heat plate of your heat source, there is a chance that that sublimation ink is going to transfer to either this pad that you might have on the bottom or even the bottom of the plate, or it can even transfer to the top plate. Now, what it will then do is once you go to press something else, that design is still going to be on your heat plate or here on your heat source. And when you go to press something else, it is going to be transferred to your next item. Having butcher's paper to create that barrier, it traps that ink in the butcher's paper, and then you can throw it away, or if there is no residue, you can reuse the piece of butcher's paper as many times as you need. Finally, the last thing that I always revert back to if I have any questions about if I'm doing it right or something I'm doing wrong is the Maker's Gonna Sublimate course. Now, this is a course that we have created, we have nurtured, we have put so much time and effort into so that you can learn how to sublimate seamlessly. In this program, we walk you step by step through the whole process from choosing what printer you want, whether that be the Epson printer, a Sawgrass, or something else. We teach you how to set up these different printers. We walk you through the different types of heat sources, which one may be best for you, setting up your designs, creating the best color controls for your printers, teaching you how to sublimate on different materials, and so much more. Plus, you get automatically 300 plus sublimation ready files. Now, one great thing about this course is anytime we do an update or anytime we add new files, you get those for free. This is a one-time payment course, so if you are ready to jump in and start sublimating today, make sure you click the link down below and sign up. I hope this has helped you learn all of the different things that we gravitate toward, that we absolutely love when it comes to sublimating, because we think you will love it too. Make sure to click that link down below if you think you might be ready to start sublimating today, and I cannot wait to see you in the sublimation course. As always, if you liked this video, make sure to give us a thumbs up. If you're not subscribed, click subscribe to our channel and then hit that little bell notification right beside there so that you can get notified anytime we get crafty. Make sure you leave a comment down below telling us what your favorite sublimation products are. And if you want to learn more sublimation hacks, check out this video. Stop what you're doing, because today we're going to answer our most asked question, Cricut or sublimation. We have been teaching both of these techniques on our channel for years at this point, so today I'm going to go through all of the pros and cons and we're going to determine which one will be right for you. The first thing I want to do before we start talking about the pros and cons is I want you to ask yourself 3 questions. Number 1, what exactly do you want to make? When I'm asking you this question, I want you to think, do you want to create party invites or party favors or apparel such as t-shirts, hoodies, things like that? You really need to determine what exactly you are planning on making or some of the things you want to make, and then we will go from there. Number 2 is how much time do you want to or have to dedicate to making certain projects? Now, stick around to the end and you're going to understand why I asked this question. However, I want you to just jot down how much time you want to spend on these projects. And then number 3, the last question I want you to ask yourself is, are you tech savvy? Now, since you've asked yourself those questions and you've written down your answers, let's go ahead and jump into all of the pros and cons between Cricut and sublimation. Now, before we jump into the pros and cons, I want to give a brief explanation about the difference between Cricut and sublimation and what they both do, and then we will talk about all the pros and cons with both. So to start out with, let's talk about Cricut. For those that may not know, Cricut is a die cutting machine that you see here on our craft table, and it comes with different blades depending on what machine you get. For example, the majority of people are going to cut adhesive vinyl, heat transfer vinyl, and paper on these machines. However, if you get a Maker or a Maker 3, they have what they call adaptive blades, meaning you can cut an even wider range of materials on your machine, such as basswood. You can use a rotary blade to cut fabric, thicker materials, and so many other things. Now, sublimation, you are going to use either a sublimation printer or a converted EcoTank printer. And what this is going to do is you are going to create your designs on your computer. So once you have printed your design, you are then going to take it and press it onto your substrate or your blank. And what happens is when you add it on top of your blank and then you press it with your heat press, the heat plus the pressure activates the dye ink. It turns it from a solid to a gas, and then those gases adhere to the polymers on or in your blank. So now that we've kind of gone over the basics about what these two are, let's talk about the pros and cons. I want to start out with the pros, and let's start out with the pros with sublimation. So the first thing with sublimation that I absolutely adore is the fact that it is extremely permanent. Once that ink has locked into the polymers on your blank, it's not going anywhere. It is there to stay. You can't wash it out. It may fade over time, but it is locked in and it is going nowhere. The other thing that I love about sublimation is it is as easy as print and press. Now, you will take some time designing what you want to press, or there are so many pre-made designs out there that you can just purchase, print, and press, and it takes no time at all. So I do love that it is super easy. You print and press and done, and that's it. So I count that as a pro for sublimation. This next pro is kind of going to piggyback off of what I just said about how it's just as easy as printing and pressing. But the next pro is it is so less time consuming than creating something with your Cricut, because like I said, all you have to do is print it, press it for 60 seconds or so, and you're good to go. Another thing is there is no downtime between making your project versus using it, whereas with the Cricut machine, especially with HTV and like printable HTV, sometimes you have to give that material 24 to 48 hours to really set in. So I do love that there is no wait time. As soon as you press it and as soon as your project is done, you can either wear it or use it without the fear of it being ruined. Now let's talk about the pros with your Cricut machine. First thing that I absolutely adore is the fact that you can use so many different materials on your Cricut versus you are limited to what materials you can use when you are sublimating. For example, like I said earlier, you can cut lots of different materials on here, plus the range of what you can make is a little bit more expanded. You can see on our channel all of the different things that we do make with our Cricut. So I do like having my options, whether I want to make an invitation and print it and cut it, or I want to make stickers, which you can make stickers with sublimation. You just also have to have a Cricut to cut those out. So if you're just picking between one or the other, know that it is doable to make sublimation stickers, but to cut them out, you either have to hand cut them or have a die cutting machine to cut it for you. So I do love having the option with the Cricut that I know I can make stickers instantly. There's so many other things that you can make. You can make stencils to paint with your Cricut. The possibilities really are unlimited with this machine versus with sublimation, you are very limited to the types of materials you can use. Some other things that you could do with your Cricut that you can't with sublimation are etch on acrylic, which I love. You can also etch on metal like necklaces and things like that if you have a Maker, or you can also cut very thin wood veneer on both the Explore and the Maker series to give you a faux wood effect, which I really, really like. That obviously you can't do with sublimation. You are also not limited to the fabrics that you use if you're making shirts with HTV or printable HTV. So with sublimation, you only can use white or light colored shirts. With Cricut, you can use white HTV or printable HTV and really put that on any shirt. just know that it's not going to be as long lasting and as permanent as sublimation. So it's kind of a toss up depending on what types of materials you like, or if you want it super permanent. Some people do not like the feel of polyester shirts. Some people love it. So if that's you and you love it, sublimation may be the way to go. If you don't and you're sticking more toward the cotton, then you may be more on the Cricut side using HTV and printable HTV. Now I know I have touched on some of the cons, but let's really do a deep dive into the cons with sublimation and Cricut. Starting with sublimation, obviously one of the cons that I just mentioned was the fact that you are limited to the types of materials. So like I said, some people are really gonna like polyester, some people hate the way that it feels. Just know that your t-shirt does have to have a high polyester count unless you are going to use sublimatable HTV. So you're kind of combining the two. With that process, you still have to have a Cricut to cut out your design and then press on it. So just know, if you just have a sublimation printer, you are limited to the types of materials that you can press on. Another con with sublimation is you must get your color profiles right. Now, we have a sublimation course. If sublimation is the way that you want to go, it is linked down below. Definitely click that link and check it out. But depending on what kind of printer you have and what type of ink, you have to get your color profiles right. Otherwise, the colors are going to print different than what is on the screen. It can be very tricky with those color profiles. You're gonna have to play around with them. And I'm gonna say that is a con just because it is as easy as printing and pressing. However, you do have to spend some time on the front end of things, making sure you find the right color profiles for your printer and your ink. But if you're interested in sublimation, we will walk you through all of that in our sublimation course and explain to you which inks that we like and give you the color profiles that we have found works best for us. Another con with sublimation is the fact that you must print at least once a week, if not once every other week. Otherwise, your sublimation printer is going to have more of a chance to clog. And once that clogs, it is going to be extremely hard to unclog that. You have to go through a long process to get that unclogged. Just know that if you're not planning on using your sublimation printer at least once every other week, more so once a week, that you are gonna run the risk of that becoming clogged and then have to go through the process. So because of that, in my opinion, that is going to fall under the con side for me, just because with a Cricut, if I decide I don't want to mess with this for 2 months, I can come back 2 months later and not have an issue. Now let's talk about the cons with Cricut. I have said it once and I'll say it again. One of the biggest cons between these two is the fact that what you do on your Cricut, especially if you are doing apparel like shirts and things, HTV is not going to have the lifespan of a sublimated shirt. So just keep that in mind. There are lots of other instructions if you are making shirts with HTV, such as turning your shirt inside out, washing it on cold water, hanging it to dry. There's just a lot more steps when it comes to making shirts, hoodies, and different types of apparel with your Cricut versus with sublimation. So I do think it is a con that it is not as permanent, so that fell in the con side for me. Same with adhesive vinyl. Adhesive vinyl also has a shelf life. If you prep your blank and you put it on like you should and not put your stuff in the dishwasher, you should be fine with your permanent vinyl. Just know that, once again, just like with HTV, adhesive vinyl has a life of about 7 years or so. So it's not something that you're going to create an heirloom piece with adhesive vinyl, but I also don't think that adhesive vinyl and HTV were made to be heirloom pieces per se. Just know that it is a little less permanent on your Cricut than if you sublimated it. Another con with Cricut is it can be time consuming, especially if you are wanting to create something intricate. It does take your machine quite some time to not only cut, but once it is cut, you're gonna have to weed your design, depending on what it is. So that is time consuming. Some people love it and think that weeding is therapeutic. Some people absolutely hate it. So that's why you have to decide what you like, what you don't like, and then choose from there. So with all of those pros and cons that we touched on today, what do you think is going to be best for you? Let's circle back to those questions that I asked at the first of the video, and that is, what do you want to make? How much time do you have to dedicate to this craft? And finally, are you tech savvy? Now you understand why I asked those questions, because depending on how much time you want to dedicate to your craft, if you have a little bit more time, you want something that takes up a little bit more time, Cricut, in my opinion, is the way to go. Because like I said, some people find weeding therapeutic and things like that. Just know that if you make something with your Cricut, it may take a little more time than with sublimation. And then finally, the last question, are you tech savvy? I feel like you have to be at least somewhat tech savvy to do sublimation, just because of those color profiles. You have to be good with working with printers and not get frustrated working with printers, because you are gonna have a time. It is doable, it is easy. Like I said, we have a course that's gonna walk you through step by step and hold your hand through the process of getting your printer, setting it up, and making your first project. So we're gonna take all that headache out of it. But there are gonna be times where you may run into issues and you still have issues with your printer after you've already learned exactly how to do things and know how to do things. So that's why I ask, are you tech savvy? In my opinion, Cricut is more for the person who may not be as tech savvy. But another thing with Cricut is there is a learning curve. We do have a membership where you can sign up. We're going to walk you through, once again, learn your Cricut, learn the terminology, all of that stuff. We have something for everyone. So if you were to ask me right now which one I would choose, and I want you to leave a comment down below which one you would choose. But in my opinion, if I had to choose between Sublimation and Cricut today, right now, honestly, guys, I'm gonna go with Cricut. And that's just because I have so many more things that I can create. I'm the type of person, I get FOMO really bad, and I want to create anything and everything. I personally feel like I'm limited a little bit with sublimation. I do still adore sublimation. I do use sublimation. We love it here in this office. But if it was right now, I had to make a decision, which one am I taking with me? It's gonna be Cricut. Make sure you like this video, give this a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so that you can get notified every time we get crafty. Plus, leave me a comment down below, which one would you choose? Hello everyone, welcome back to the Maker's Gonna Learn YouTube channel. My name is Lauren, and today I'm going to be giving you all the tips and tricks and hacks that you need to start sublimating. Now, if you are a sublimation beginner, then this is hopefully gonna take you from a beginner to an expert. If you have been sublimating for years, really this video is we are just compiling all of the tips, tricks, and hacks that we have in multiple different videos into one, so that you have one video you can reference back to. If you enjoy our videos and all of the content that we create for you guys, make sure to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so you can be notified every time we go live or every time we bring you a new craft. Now, let's get started going over all of these tips, tricks, and hacks that you need to start sublimating. So, I'm gonna be starting with the beginner thing. Number one, first thing you always need to do is make sure to mirror your image. Now, there are a couple ways that this can be done, depending on what software you use. A lot of times you can mirror your image on your printer settings, or if you are using Canva, you can flip it horizontally. Same thing with Design Space. There are multiple different ways that you can mirror your image, but you always want to make sure before you print that you mirror your image. So one little hack that I want to show you guys kind of moves us into tip number 2, which is using your correct print settings. Now, getting your printer set up can be difficult. However, with Maker's Gonna Sublimate, we teach you how to set up your printer, whether you are converting an EcoTank, using an Epson SureColor, a Workforce, using a Sawgrass printer. We teach you how to set that up and set up your printer settings. So now what I want to do is I want to hop over to our share screen so I can show you this hack with the print settings, or with our printer settings from Design Space. Now that we're in Design Space, we have this in here, and I pulled in a file that has words on it so we can see the difference. Now, if you wanted to, you can flip this here. Bada bing, bada boom, done. It's ready to print. However, if you just want to go ahead and print this, so we are going to turn this into a print and cut, first of all. Then we're going to hit make it. From there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this to printer and I'm going to use the system dialog. I'm turning bleed off using system dialog. So now I'm going to print this. What it does is it pulls up behind here. You're going to come in here. I'm going to select our workforce series. Now, it's always going, the presets are always going to go to your default settings. So you want to turn your print quality to best, feed from rear tray or main tray, whichever you prefer, but you will need to select one of those. Media type, go ahead and change to photo matte paper. Then we're going to go from media and quality to layout. Layout, you can flip it horizontally, which mirrors your image. Once you have changed all of that, what you're going to do now is come up here. You are going to save current settings as preset, and then you can change your name here. Now you can set that as your preset, the default that always pops up when you're using that sublimation printer. That way your image always mirrors. My third tip for you guys today is to always use high quality images when you are sublimating. If you don't, what's going to happen is the image that you print is going to be pixelated, which then translates over to the blank that you are sublimating on. Thankfully, Maker's Gonna Learn always offers high quality images that you can use, especially in our Maker's Gonna Sublimate course. Here in the Maker's Gonna Sublimate course, you can go to your first module, come down here to the Maker's Gonna Sublimate designs, and you can see we have downloaded all of our Maker's Gonna Sublimate files. You can open them up. There are alphabets, all different kinds. There are over 200 different files within this that you can use, alphabets, photos, very high quality swatches that you can cut and slice different images into. So there are so many different designs you can use. And we are actually in the process of adding more. Not only that, the sublimation files that we have in the course are already set up to sublimate, but our print and cut images on our website in our files that we release are also set up to print so that you can sublimate them. Tip number 4, always use some type of heat resistant tape or adhesive to keep your image down on what you are sublimating. This could include heat resistant tape. They also have a heat resistant adhesive spray that I have heard works great. Personally, we have not used it yet. However, we will be testing that out for future reference. But you always want to make sure you use something that keeps your image adhered or down on your blank so that it does not move and give you ghosting. Now, what ghosting is and what it does is you can see here on this side and on this side, it kind of just gives it a fuzzy or a double image look. So when you tape it down and lay your blank flat, it gives you more of a really clean, crisp image. Number 5, when in doubt, butcher paper it out. You always want to make sure that you use butcher paper, whether it is on your heat press. If you are using a tumbler and you're not doing a full wrap, you can wrap it in butcher's paper, but butcher's paper is going to be your best friend when it comes to sublimation. What butcher paper does is it creates a barrier between your sublimation paper and blank and your heat source, and that way it catches all of the extra ink and all of the extra water so that it doesn't get on your heat source and transfer to other blanks. So what sublimation is it is an ink, a dye ink that you print on paper, and then once it heats up, it then turns into a gas. So the reason you have to have some type of poly blend shirt or something with a polymer coating is because that heat source heats it into a gas. That gas then adheres to those polymers in your blank that you are sublimating on, and then it sticks and it never moves. So that gas can sometimes escape and will sometimes get on your heat source if you do not use butcher paper. But what butcher paper does is it kind of traps it there so that it doesn't go anywhere else. Tip number 6, you can actually use copy paper in some instances rather than A-sub sublimation paper. So we have copy paper and A-sub sublimation paper here on our table. With certain designs, you will have to use A-sub, but we have found that if you are sublimating on a 100% polyester shirt, you can use copy paper. It really tends to give us a just as good of a high quality image as this A-sub sublimation paper does. However, with some different blanks, if it is a blank that has a harder surface, I have found that A-sub paper still tends to work better, but you can save money and use copy paper on some textiles. Number 7, this is tear the edge of your papers. So what this does, if you have an image on here, you don't want to cut it out, because when you take this and you press it on your blank, those edges will sometimes create creases on your blank. However, if you tear your edges, it makes them a lot softer, so you can tear the edges around your image instead of cutting. That way it does not leave a line on your blank. Tip number 8 is to use lamination sheets on different materials such as canvas. I've actually used this on a notebook so that you can sublimate on different things. One example that I have here, this is just a plain paperback notebook that you can buy in bulk on Amazon. And what I have done is I have taken a lamination sheet, put it on the front, and then sublimated a piece of artwork onto this notebook. Tip number 9 is using Cricut Design Space, a software that you may be familiar with, to design your image. And then there are a couple different ways that you can take that image and turn it into a sublimation file. So we're going to hop over into Design Space and I'm going to show you how to. So now that we're here in Design Space, I'm going to take this file, I'm just going to add an offset, we're going to apply it, I'm going to change the color. I really think I want this bright lime green, maybe like right in here, yeah. So then we're going to select this both, we're going to flatten it. Now, if you don't want to go through the process of the print and cut image, what you can do now is you can take a screenshot of this. So if you're on a Mac, you're going to select Command-Shift-4. Now that brings up this little pixel tool, and what you will do is you'll take it, drag the box around it, let it go, and it takes a screenshot. If you are on a PC, you can go to your Finder or to your Start Home area, search Snippet Tool. The Snippet Tool does the exact same thing. Once you have taken the screenshot, whether you're on a PC or a Mac, you can then upload it into Canva, and there you can resize it. Now, if you don't want to do that, you're not familiar with Canva, you don't feel comfortable with it, you can go to Make It, and then from there, we're going to hit Continue. We are going to send to printer, turn bleed off, use system dialog, and then hit print. So what's going to happen now is it's going to come here, we're going to pull this up. Down here in the left corner where it says PDF, you can either save it as a PDF and then resize it, whatever, or you can open it in preview. So here we are going to open this in preview. Then we are going to print from here. Now this gives us the option to scale this. Currently it is at 100%. If you wanted to scale it up to make it bigger, you can go back, do 120%. However, the only thing is you cannot reposition. When it is here, you cannot reposition. You can also change your paper size. So if we were wanting to print on 13 by 19, we can. So the only problem with this is you cannot move this around. However, you can change your paper size. So if you are printing on like 13 by 19, you can change that, and it is going to make this is on 13 by 19 paper. So it is scaled up to 120%, and you can make it even bigger. So let's just say 200% and see what that is. Still a little big, so we're going to go down to 180. So once you have that size to the way that you want it, then you can go ahead and send it to your printer and you're good to go. Tip number 10 is to use shrink wrap on your tumblers if you are using a convection oven. Now, we have a lot of friends that always ask us, well, what if we have a press, a tumbler press? Guys, if you have a tumbler press, you do not have to use the shrink wrap. What's going to happen is that shrink wrap is going to melt onto your press. So the reason we are using the shrink wrap in the oven is because we want to give that sublimation tumbler a nice hug all the way around it, because that keeps that image really tight up against your blank. The mug press or the tumbler press, if you have one, does that for you. Now, we personally don't recommend using a Cricut mug press for tumblers. You can do that, but you have a lot of room for error, and it really is hard. You have to press it on this side, turn it, press it here, flip it upside down, press it on one side and press it on the other. Y'all, if you have a convection oven, which a lot of times you can find at a thrift store, at a yard sale, you can find them secondhand, get them on sale. Do not buy a full priced unless you just have to have it right then. Wait out, try to find it cheaper somewhere else. The good thing, although the mud press works but takes a lot of time, the good thing with the convection oven is it's literally 2 minutes on each side. So 2 minutes this side, flip it, 2 minutes this side, and it sublimates beautifully. What the shrink wrap does and why it is so important with the convection oven, once again, it gives it a hug. So we've talked about how the sublimation ink turns into a gas. If there is a gap with your paper, any little gap, what's going to happen is once that is turned into a gas, if you guys know, gases like to bounce off of each other. So those gases are going to bounce off each other until they find their home, which is the polymer coating on this cup. So if it's not right there, so it can't go from point A to point B with no movement, then it's going to bounce off of each other, and they're going to find their home somewhere away from A to B. So what it's going to do is it's going to create that fuzzy effect. So that's what the shrink wrap does, is it makes that super tight so it doesn't move, and those gases can go from A to B with no movement. Tip number 11 is also talking about tumblers, since we're talking about tumblers. Once you have sublimated, whether it's in your tumbler press or a convection oven, once you have sublimated, our biggest tip is to dunk this in ice water. I'm talking straight out of the press, straight out of the oven, obviously using your heat-resistant glove. Grab your tumbler, have some ice, a tub of ice water ready, dunk it in there. What happens is that cools it down and it stops the sublimation process. Now, might I add, this is only recommended for stainless steel tumblers. We do not recommend this for ceramic mugs or glass cans because you all know those materials, if they heat up and then cool down too fast, they will crack and break. So we only recommend the ice water bath if you are using a stainless steel tumbler. Tip number 12 is using a heat gun for spot sublimation. Now, there are some instances where you are going to have a design that you may have, the seamless pattern may be a little harder. It's not going to be a straight line. So if you have, like we had a terrazzo cup where we just had different spots on our cup, we wanted to piece that together. What you can do is you can sublimate it and then have those little pieces of pebble or the pieces of your design, lay them down, tape them down, and then use your heat gun to kind of spot sublimate each one so that you have a true seamless design. Tip number 13 is to make sure that you periodically clean your heat source. Now, to do this, obviously your heat source needs to be off. You do not need to do this while it is warm, while it is hot. Our best advice is to use some type of degreaser. Now here we just have the Mean Green Super Strength Cleaner and Degreaser. What that's going to do is it's going to loosen up the particles that are on your heat source and allow you to wipe those away very easily. Now, if there are particles that are stuck on there really hard, what you can do is take some type of silicone spatula and try to scrape those off. But really, if you can't, just let that sit with a degreaser and it should be able to do most of the work for you so that you can just wipe it off. It's very important that you do this because if you don't, you may get transfer from one sublimation project to the next, making it not as clean, not as crisp, and it really kind of ruins your project. My last two tips and tricks for you guys are about the DTF powder with sublimation. So what this is the direct to film powder and the films that you can print on using your sublimation printer, and this allows you to sublimate on 100% cotton. So first of all, using this and printing on not the shiny side, but the matte side, and you will probably have to use a carrier sheet to pull this through your printer. We have a full video on how to do this, but this is a really good hack to have in case you want to use shirts that are 100% cotton. Maybe one of your customers is allergic to polyester or different synthetic materials, or they just cannot stand the feel of it. This is a great way to sublimate on 100% cotton for other people and for yourself. And then finally, the very last tip about that is when you are sublimating with the DTF, always have a cooling source, whether that is a window, a cold tabletop, or something handy, a cooling block to cool down your design before you peel. I hope you have enjoyed these 15 tips, tricks, and hacks on sublimation. If you want to learn more, make sure to check out Maker's Gonna Sublimate, where we go into so much detail about sublimation and really turn you into a pro. Can't wait to see you guys in the next one. Bye. Y'all, sublimation can be one of those daunting things, and honestly, so many things can go wrong. However, I'm here today to give you my 30 sublimation tips that I wish I would have known before I started my sublimation journey. So if this is you, stick around, and if you have some great things that you do, tips, tricks, or anything that helps you get a perfect result at the end, make sure you leave it down below because we love hearing what you do. We love sharing knowledge and making sure that all crafters know those little tips and tricks to get that sublimation just perfect. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. The very first tip, and actually this is gonna go with the first 3 tips that I have, is making sure that you are using quality products. And that is across the board. You wanna make sure you have a really good high quality printer, whether that is an Epson printer, a Sawgrass printer, a Brother, all of those sublimation printers are great, or even a converted Epson EcoTank. Those are the types of printers that you're going to want to gravitate toward because they are tested, they have proven that they are great printers, and especially the ones that are already set up ready for sublimation, those are going to be super beginner friendly, super high quality. You're gonna pay a little bit more on the front end for those, but just know that those are already set up for you to go. But making sure you have a quality printer is going to make a difference. Before, we had an Epson Workforce printer, which was a great printer, but because it was a cartridge printer, it was so hard to convert, so hard to refill. And honestly, I just think either getting a printer that is already set up for sublimation or converting an Epson EcoTank is going to be the easiest on you and the best way to go. With that being said, to piggyback off of that, if you're gonna have a quality printer, you also need to use quality ink. So if you have an Epson SureColor, which is the printer that's already made for sublimation, my suggestion is to use Epson ink in that Epson printer. In the SureColor printer, let me back up and be clear, Epson ink, Epson sublimation ink in the Epson SureColor printer. That way you do not void your warranty. Same thing with Sawgrass. If I bought a Sawgrass printer and they sent Sawgrass sublimation ink, that's what I'm gonna use together. Now, if you are going to convert an Epson EcoTank printer, whether that be the smaller one or the 8550, our favorite brands are going to be either Hippo ink or Cosmos ink. Now, if you do get the Epson 8550, I do love that the Cosmos ink does come with the photo black, because there are 6 different colors instead of your normal 4 in a printer. With the Epson 8550, the Cosmos ink does come with all 6 colors, including the gray and the photo black. So I would go gravitate towards Cosmos if you have the Epson ET 8550, or you can choose if you want Cosmos, Hippo. Either one of those are great for the smaller printer. So using a quality ink, writing down what brand you use so you remember is going to be key, because you are not going to want to change inks when you refill, because different inks have different formulations. So making sure you record what inks you use, whether it be Cosmos, Epson, Sawgrass, Hippo, any of those are great. Record it, write it down. The next tip that I have is to always regularly keep a check on your ink levels in your printer. You need to always make sure you check it, because sometimes those ink levels will drop if you have printed, you didn't notice, and then if you go to print again, you may not have enough ink in a certain color. So always checking those colors are great if you are having time in between printing. On top of that, while we are speaking on printing and checking your ink levels, the regularity of the times you print is also going to be important. You want to regularly print on your Sublimation printer. That is going to help keep those print heads nice and filled with ink. They're not going to dry out. If you don't print regularly with your Sublimation printer, especially converted printers, there is a really good chance that that ink is going to sit in that print head. It's like a sponge, and it could dry up. So you want to make sure you're constantly running that old ink out, putting new ink in those print heads, and just going ahead and printing at least once every week, maybe once every 2 weeks. I feel like that might be pushing it. But the good thing about it is, even if you're not pressing something, you can go ahead and print to maintain the quality of your printer and save those designs to be pressed on a blank later. While we're talking about printing, if you didn't know already, all images that you print and press are going to have to be mirrored. So either making a note on your printer that says, or on your computer, or going ahead and creating a preset for your printer that automatically mirrors your design is going to be key. Now, if you have a printer that is made for sublimation, whether that is the Epson EcoTank, the Sawgrass, any of those printers, they may already have a setting where it mirrors the design for you. Ask me how I know, because when we first got our Epson EcoTank, I printed it and clicked mirror my design, and I think I did it 5 different times, not understanding what I was doing wrong. What happened was, I was used to working with converted printers, and I would always have to mirror it manually. If a printer is already set up to be a sublimation printer, there's a good chance that it already automatically mirrors it for you. So check that. Create a preset that has a mirror automatically on. That way, when you go to print, all you have to do, click the printer and select the preset that you have already created. My next tip for you all is going to be when it comes to pressing, and I don't know how else to say this other than you're gonna have to memorize rote memorization, memorize times and temperatures that sublimation works best at. Now, because this is a change in property, so it's going from a solid to a gas back to a solid, there is going to be a temperature range that this can only happen. So this is not going to happen below 365, 70 degrees. You might get a faint hint of it, but it's not really gonna happen. Your sweet spot for sublimation is going to live between 375, 380 to around 400. Now, there are some blanks that are going to require the heat to be higher, but memorizing that little bit right there, knowing that sublimation works between 375 and 400 is really going to help you get the best results every single time. Even on those blanks that aren't made for sublimation, but you know it's possible to sublimate, and maybe they don't have instructions that come with them to sublimate on it. Knowing that general range, that generally speaking, you're gonna wanna do 380 to 385 for about 40 to 60 seconds, depending on the blank, that's going to help you eliminate so much trial and error if you are trying to sublimate on something that is not, quote, sublimation ready. While we're talking about blanks, let's talk about the importance of pre-pressing your blanks, because that is something that I really, really wish that I knew sooner. So, garments specifically will sometimes hold moisture, and pre-pressing does is it allows that moisture to leave the fabric that you are pressing on, and all that is going to do is ensure that you have a very crisp, nice, clean press when it comes to pressing. Another thing that pre-pressing your designs is going to help, especially if you are doing garments, it's going to help you get those wrinkles out. It's just really going to prepare your blank the way that it needs to be prepared in order for you to get the best results. Speaking of pressing, another thing that you definitely need to avoid, and these next two tips are very important, you need to try to avoid over pressing or overheating, and then also avoid underheating. Remember that range that I gave you that sublimation works best, around 375 to let's say 400 at the top. Unless a blank is made to withstand high heats, if you go over 400, more than likely you're gonna get a yellowing effect, and that's going to give you what we call a burnt blank. So it's going to kind of burn the fibers, the design. It's going to make it look, give it a yellow look to it, a sepia look, and that's going to be way too much heat, so you know you have overheated your design. If you have underheated or not had enough heat, you might get just a very, very faint or no transfer at all. That is going to tell you that you need to up your temperature. So making sure that you don't underheat or overheat is also very, very important. The next tip that I have for you is going to be focused around your design on your blank and making sure that it stays secure. So if you are pressing something or sublimating on something, and you have what we like to call our sublimation sandwich. So we have our base layer here. Now this is like a spongy rubber mat that we have on the base of our metal plate. Then what I would do is place my shirt, my design, butcher's paper, press. That's what I like to call the sublimation sandwich. However, when it comes to placing my design, you would think that because this is a flat, immovable surface, what's the point of taping a design down when I'm just gonna move this and nothing else moves? It is very, very important that you go ahead and adhere your design down, whether it is using heat tape or using a sublimation adhesive spray, because what that does is that ensures that your print stays touching your blank no matter what it is, and that means that the process, the sublimation process, the design goes straight to the blank. So if you didn't know how sublimation worked, let me break it down really quickly for you. So what happens in the sublimation process is you print your design, and we'll go overhead. You can see this, the lightness of these colors, we're not gonna worry about that right now, but you can see this ink is a solid, right? So what happens is this solid ink, once you place it under heat and pressure, the pressure is just as important as the heat. Once you place this under heat and pressure, those solid molecules then turn into a gas. Because of the heat and pressure, the solid then turns into a gas. Basic science, when it's a solid, your molecules sit beside of each other right here. When it is turned into a gas, gas particles bounce off of each other, okay? So as it turns into a gas, these gas particles start bouncing off of each other. Why it is important that our print touches our blank and is adhered down with either heat tape or sublimation spray is because what that allows those gas particles to do is they kind of don't bounce as much. They are going to bounce just a little bit until they touch the polymer in the let's say a polyester shirt, some type of whatever substrate you are using, that gas is going to, when it comes in touch with that polymer, it's like it's got glue all over it and it sticks. So when they're close together, those gas particles don't have anywhere to go. They can only go from the solid gas to the polymer, okay? So that's why it is important that we have our blank taped or adhered down. If you do not have it taped or adhered down, those gas particles start bouncing off and having like a little dance party, and they go wherever they want. That's where you're going to see ghosting. That's how ghosting occurs, because those little gas particles danced out of boundaries and dispersed somewhere else. That's why it is so important to take your print, adhere it down with heat tape or adhesive spray. That way those molecules can't dance away from where you want them. My next tip is going to be talking about blanks. So let's talk about blanks for a minute. Most of the time when you are purchasing blanks, if you are creating sublimation things, you're probably going to look up sublimation tumbler, sublimation shirt, sublimation whatever, fill in the blank. However, if you do your research ahead of time, a lot of times you can find different blanks to use that are not marketed as sublimation, and you can actually find them cheaper. So all you need to look for is something that has polymer coated, or if you are doing a garment, you need a high polyester count or a high synthetic fiber count, and that is what is going to tell you if it is sublimatable or not. Now, while we're on blanks, my next little tip, if you've done your research, you're thinking, oh, I definitely can sublimate on that. The materials look like it's good to go, but for some reason it doesn't. Let's say a whiteboard, for example, would be a really good example, because some of them are sublimation ready, some of them are not. My next tip is, did you know that by adding a laminating sheet to a blank, you can then sublimate on it? It is super easy, especially because laminating sheets will adhere to just about any surface, and it doesn't take a high temperature to get that to adhere. So if you run into something and let's say you did your research, but for some reason it's not sublimating onto it right, slap you on a laminating sheet on that blank, make sure you press it, adhere that down, and then you should be able to sublimate on it, no problem. My next tip for you, if you haven't started your sublimation journey yet, is to check out that first link down below with Maker's Gonna Sublimate. Y'all, this is gonna be a shameless plug, and I don't care, because we spent so many hours building our sublimation course to make you learning this process so easy and so streamlined. When I tell you I spent a full week getting color profiles perfect for that course, I'm not joking. And it's not just me. There was so many people in our office working on making sure that course was perfect for you all. We do updates. On top of that, if you purchase the course, you get 600 plus sublimation files ready. And I promise you, I guarantee that the money that you spend on this course to help you become a sublimation pro, you are going to save that amount of money in blanks alone. We went through, no lie, 2 boxes full of Cricut mugs, the sublimation mugs, 2 boxes full of those when we were trying to create the color profiles for the Epson, the Eco Tank that we converted. I went through, it took me a week or so, and went through, I couldn't tell you how many license plates, luggage tags, so many things I went through trying to get the color profiles right on the ET8550. I promise you, you're gonna save the amount of money that you spend on this course in blanks alone. So, shameless plug, check out Maker's Gonna Sublimate. We walk you through the process, step by step, hand in hand. You get it for a lifetime, but that is definitely a big tip that I have for beginners, is allow someone to help you along this journey instead of doing it on your own, because I do feel like if you don't know what you're doing, this process is one that can become super frustrating, super quick, because in general, printers are not really fun to work with, especially when things go wrong. So, shameless plug, check out Maker's Gonna Sublimate. The next tip that I have for you guys is to make sure that your workspace or your work area stays free of dust and debris, and you just keep a nice clean area where you are sublimating. Now, the reason that I say that is because sometimes particles can get stuck in fabrics that you may be sublimating on. So you just want to keep the area clean, because sometimes those particles will change colors when you press your blank, especially if you do not lint roll, which leads me to my next tip. So the last tip was keeping your work area clean, which leads me to my next tip, and that is when you are sublimating, always try to lint roll your blank. That is just to get those dust particles off of that so that you don't open up your press and you see random colors from little fibers that were not supposed to be there. My next tip is talking about color profiles. You heard me talking about color profiles earlier and how long it took us to figure those out. So if you are not getting the colors that you want, downloading and installing that advanced print driver onto your computer and then going over to those advanced color options and getting the right color profile is going to be very, very important, especially for converted printers. A lot of times what happens is there will be one color that really outshines another one. One great example is if you are printing and sublimating pictures of people, individuals, I've noticed that sometimes the magenta gets bumped up really high and people come out looking like a lobster. So you do have to play around with those color profiles. Once again, if you're curious what our favorite color profiles are, check out Maker's Gonna Sublimate. Also, a little tip for those who want to know, all these different inks, all these different ink brands, they do have their own color profiles, and you can find those color profiles on the ink brand's website. Next up comes to talking about storing your materials. You really want to make sure that you are storing your sublimation paper, your inks, everything that you're going to be using, storing them in a place that has low light and low moisture. You do not want these inks do not need to be subjected to a lot of sunlight or a lot of light, so keep them in a dark, dry place. Same thing with your sublimation paper. This doesn't really matter as far as light goes. You just want to make sure that your paper does stay in a very dry area. While we're on the subject of light, after you have created your sublimation project, whatever you are creating, you really want to try to avoid keeping that specific thing that you have created or sublimated. You do not want it to be in direct sunlight. Now, you might have noticed this, especially with these sublimation stickers. A lot of people were creating car bumper stickers. Those are great. Just know if you do that, because those stickers are in direct sunlight and in heat, just like if you were to place too much heat on this press and press it, what is it going to do? It's going to yellow, it's going to fade, it's going to turn over time. Same thing for those stickers or whatever you create. If it is exposed to a lot of light, if it is exposed to a lot of heat, it is going to turn and it is going to change and possibly fade over time. So whatever you create, try your best to keep it out of direct sunlight, or if you are creating sublimation stickers for a car decal, just know that you're probably gonna have to switch it out at least every summer or so. My next sublimation tip for you guys is using a convection oven to sublimate on tumblers, mugs, or some type of cup versus a mug or tumbler press. Now, hear me out. I love using the convection oven for that, strictly because I can fit multiple tumblers or multiple cups in this at one time. Whereas if you are using a tumbler or mug press, you can only do one at a time. So I do love the convection oven for that purpose, but to piggyback off of that tip, if you use the sublimation oven to sublimate onto some type of cup, remember when I said that it has to have its heat plus pressure that gives us that really good sublimated look. If you are doing it in the convection oven, it's hard for you to get that pressure. You can wrap the cup and you can tape it as best as you can, but for some reason, there's always gonna be a little bit of separation. So to alleviate that, what you can do is purchase these little silicone wraps from Amazon. They come in a variety of sizes. So this one is a mug wrap. I'll semi-wrap it around this to show you what it does. So it wraps around your mug. These go underneath the handles of your mug and they snap together to keep that design that you have printed on your blank. Now, they have multiple different ones. Like I said, this is one for a mug. They make them for large tumblers so you can fully wrap your tumbler and keep that on there. They have different sizes. They have tapered tumblers. You can see here is like a tapered tumbler. Lots of different sizes that you can choose from. So my tip is if you are going to sublimate in a convection oven, which by the way, you can find these at the thrift store for like next to nothing. If you do find a French door one at a thrift store or a secondhand store, get it immediately. But if you are gonna do that for your cups or tumblers, also go ahead and invest. And these are super cheap from Amazon. I'd say at most $15 to $20, and they're reusable. And use these on your tumblers and cups because I promise it's going to make a huge difference. Now, another thing while we're talking about this, and it reminds me, my next tip, get a really good pair of heat gloves. There are some heat gloves out there, and I'm gonna call them out on Amazon. I know we have a pair, I'm gonna find them. These guys, they come in pink and they come in green. These heat gloves are fine, they get the job done, but I have burnt my hands on these more times than once. Get you a pair of really good thick heat gloves because I promise you, when you sublimate, it's gonna be so, so hot. So this is just to help you. Don't cheap out on your heat gloves, get you some good ones. My next little tip for you guys is using a heat gun to spot sublimate. Did you know you could do that? Now, this is not something that we recommend very frequently. However, if you are, let's say, creating a full wrap design, but you somehow have a gap. We did this on a terrazzo pattern tumbler once before, where we just cut out a piece of that terrazzo pattern, taped it where we had a gap, and then you can take the heat gun, hold it up next to that spot, try your best not to destroy or hurt any of the areas around it, but you can spot sublimate with a heat gun. Who would have ever thunk it? I love it. Definitely let me know if you try this tip out. Next up, let's talk pressing pillows. Why do we need them? Why do we want them? So these are going to come in very, very handy, especially if you have blanks that you want to get the design kind of wrapped around the edge. If you have a rounded edge design, a really good example could be an arabesque tile or possibly a coaster. So many different things that you can use for this. These are also really good for ceramics. Using a pressing pillow for specific blanks is going to be very, very helpful. Now, once again, this is going to be a tip within a tip, guys. So if you're writing notes, take this down. If you are pressing ceramics, did you know that you can press from the back? That is why if I'm doing ceramics, like coasters and tiles for ornaments, I like to pre-press my pillow, get it hot. That way, when I flip my design over, I actually do pillow, sublimation design, ceramic piece, and then I press. That way, that design hugs around the edge of the coaster or the ceramic piece. And the heat plate, when you are sublimating ceramics, you have to sublimate for about 4 to 5 minutes. So what happens is it heats that ceramic up from the bottom and goes through and still gives you a flawless result on the top of your ceramic coaster or tile, whatever you are creating. My next tip, and this is going to be kind of a simple, almost a no-brainer, and that is using sublimation paper to get the best results. So of course if you're new to sublimation, you think you have to use sublimation paper. Funny story, you don't have to use sublimation paper, just so you know. However, to get the best results, I still think using the sublimation paper, because it allows more ink to be absorbed onto it, is still going to give you a better result. So in a pinch, you can use copy paper, but for best results, sublimation paper is the way to go. Next up, let's talk about Teflon sheets and the importance of Teflon sheets. So I wish I would have known earlier how important these can be to make sure that your designs and your blanks don't burn or get hurt. It would have saved so many things. So remember me talking about a sublimation sandwich. We have our blank, we have our print, we have our butcher's paper. What butcher's paper does is butcher's paper absorbs the moisture. Just like if a butcher was actually using it in a butcher shop, they wrap the meats in butcher's paper because it absorbs the extra moisture. Same thing. However, you can still use an extra layer of Teflon, and what that is going to do is that is going to protect the other parts of the blank that may not be covered by butcher's paper, and it's going to help prevent melting and or burning. Teflon really, really does help. I don't always use it 100% of the time, but if I have a very delicate substrate or a delicate blank that I do not want to mess up, I will grab my Teflon sheet and I will use that to help me save my blank. The next tip that I have for you is to document. What I mean by that is when you are sublimating, if you get great results, if something goes wrong, keep a notebook and document everything that you do. That way you know if you're going to go press the exact same blank again 2 or 3 months down the road, you can refer back to your notebook and see what worked and what didn't work. So that's why I always suggest keeping a notebook with all of your equipment and writing down times and temperatures and what works and what doesn't. The next couple tips that I have do refer to your computer when it comes to sublimating and creating mock-ups. So first tip that I have is for you to create digital mock-ups of your designs so that you can see what they look like before you go to press. Because once you have pressed, it's done. You can't undo it. So using and taking advantage of digital mock-ups and really getting an idea of what you want it to look like before you do and complete the sublimation process is really going to ensure that your designs come out looking flawless every single time. This is also going to be very important, especially if you find a blank that has a high polyester count that is not white that you still want to sublimate on. Another tip that I really want to make sure you guys know and are aware of is that you really need to think of color theory when you are deciding what to put on different types of substrates or different blanks. So for example, let's say you have a heathered salmon t-shirt that has a 65% polyester count. Because it is a salmon pink color, you're gonna have to think of, okay, what's not gonna show up? Okay, no pinks are gonna show up, no yellows are gonna show up. If you have blue, because it is a pink color, it may come out looking kind of purple. If it is green, it may come out looking a little bit different. There's just so many things that you have to think about. So if you are trying to press on a colored shirt, think about color theory, because your ink and your sublimation ink and what you transfer is see-through. There is no white backing, so you have to make sure whatever you press on, the colors in your design are going to show up. Last but not least is one to do with your computer screen and making sure that the colors that you see on your computer screen are similar to the colors that you will get printed out. So I'm going to show you how you can actually calibrate your computer screen to make sure you have similar colors to what you're gonna get when you print your design. So to calibrate your screen, what you're gonna do is you're gonna come to your system preferences, whether you're on a Mac or a PC, you're gonna go to your system preferences or settings. From there, you're gonna go to your displays. And once your displays have been pulled up, if you'll go over to color, you can see over here on the right side, there are plenty of profiles to choose from here, but all I'm going to do is I'm just going to calibrate the current profile I'm on. We're going to click through here. You want to make sure that your brightness is turned all the way up. Continue. And then continue, and it will calibrate. Now, I had already calibrated mine, so it didn't show up a lot of difference, but this will help you ensure that the color you see on your screen will be the color that is printed. Whew! That's been a lot of tips and tricks when it comes to sublimation. I hope there is one thing that you have learned from this video. If I missed some other tips and tricks that you think should be included, make sure you comment down below. Or if there's something you've learned, I love to hear what you have learned from our videos. So please comment that down below, engage. We'll respond to you guys. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so that you can be notified every time we get crafty. Also, if you haven't already and you're curious, check out Maker's Gonna Sublimate. I promise you, it's gonna be worth your time. And if you're ready to learn more about sublimation, check out this video here.
What is going on, guys? Tanner Bell here with makersgonnalearn.com. I'm so excited to be here with you today because we're sharing our Sublimation for Beginners video. This is going to teach you how to make 2 projects start to finish by the end of today's video. We're going to go over all the supplies needed to get started with sublimation because, guys, I understand it can be difficult. There is so much to learn, and as you can see on the table, there's a lot of things that may be new to you that you need for sublimation, whether it is the blanks, the ink, all sorts of things that you need for your project today. So what I've already went ahead and done is we have a great freebie for you to grab today. The first link down below is go have a link for a sublimation checklist. You can grab this checklist and get everything you need to get started with sublimation. So that free gift is linked right down below, and we're super excited. So if you love Cricut, sublimation, and so much more, go ahead and give the video a thumbs up, subscribe for more DIY videos, and I cannot wait to jump into this video. All the sublimation files featured today is actually exclusive to our brand new course, Maker's Gonna Sublimate. You have to go check it out with over 16 training videos and 200 exclusive files. You do not want to miss out on this brand new training course to learn all about sublimation. So let's go ahead and jump right into what supplies you actually need to be able to sublimate. Now, if you're brand new, you may not know that it's very popular to take an already existing printer and be able to convert it. This right here is my faithful Epson Workforce WF7710, and it works amazing. I've had this since 2019. The price has increased, so there are a few alternatives that you can convert, but it's really neat. So if you don't want to have to convert your own printer, you can purchase a sublimation specific printer. They have the Sawgrass, which is really nice, and we have one of those in our office. But due to size and being able to make literally as many and as big of projects as we like to do, this comes in super handy because it helps out with everything we need to do, okay? Now, after you have a printer, you have to have the ink to convert it. So there's a lot of different ones. There's Cosmo. StarCraft just recently came out with their sublimation ink, which is really fantastic. So you'll want to grab that, and then you'll also want to go through the converting process. So we're not going to share that in today's video, but there will be more information for that when you grab the checklist. We have a course, so it's super fantastic to check out all of that, because sublimation kind of has a lot of moving parts, okay? So next, after that, you're gonna need sublimation paper. And this right here is hands down probably the leader in the sublimation game, and this is paper from Sub. And this right here, we have the large sheets that are 13 by 19 inches. It's very helpful to have these large sheets. You can cut them down, you can use them in different ways. It's just really helpful so you can have the nice large projects, because you can make some really big sublimation projects. Now, after you have the ink, the paper, the printer, let's go ahead and go over what you actually have to have when it comes to making a sublimation project from a blank. So right here, you have to have polyester products. So this right here is a sublimation mug. This is actually from Cricut. Anything that is 65 and up poly blend will work perfect for sublimation. Now, the richer color you want, the closer you want to be to 85 to 100% polyester for your projects. It's very important that you can have high polyester blend in your projects today. Okay, my friends? So today, in these start to finish projects we're going to do together, because I really believe after you see everything, you really need to know how to use the products and how it all kind of works together, right? So we have 100% polyester garden flag, which is really nice. So this is 100% polyester. So we'll be able to do a great transfer on here, and it's gonna be perfect for today's video. And again, we have the Cricut mug that is perfect as well for sublimating. So that's fantastic. You have the blanks, the inks, the paper. Now let's talk about what you need for your heat. Now, as a beginner, you may want to start out with an easy press. As a sublimation beginner, do not feel like you have to go out and spend $500 on a big heat press. I just don't want you to do that yet. So use what you have. So whether you have an easy press that's 9x9, the large one we're using today is 10x12, really whichever you have will be perfect for your sublimation projects, okay? So you wanna have a great heat source. And now we also have the Cricut mug press. And if you have any interest in doing your tumblers, being able to create mugs, and having something that is never going to wash off, that is dishwasher safe, this mug press right here is perfect for you to take advantage and be able to jump in to sublimation. Now, my friends, this is a lot. There's a lot of things that we use. There's also the Teflon sheet. You wanna have your heat resistant mat. And we even have a glove here when we're working with the mugs. There's a lot of different things you need. You will also want heat resistant tape. And if you have heat resistant tape, this is how you're going to get the best quality project right out of the gate every single time. Everything you see here are things that we use in every sublimation project. But my friend, you don't have to start out with all of this. Use what you have, and slowly, as you decide to get more into it, you can add other items as you go. You don't have to have a mug press and a large easy press or a big heat press to get started. We want you to start sublimation with what you have. So if you're excited to see why and how all these things work together, let's go ahead and jump over and start working on our mug. Today we're going to work in Cricut Design Space to help design our mug, and then I'm going to share with you how you can take any design, whether it's from makersgonnalearn.com or any other platform, and put it in preview, which is a free platform on your Mac. There's similar ones for Windows, and just print it out. So we're going to share with you 2 ways on how to do that. It's really fantastic, and I'm really excited for you to see exactly how to get started and the practical uses for all of these items, because I know at times it can be overwhelming. So let's go ahead and jump into Cricut Design Space. So when you import the cut file, you're going to go ahead and see that it says that this is a print then cut. So if you go up to operation, you'll see it's a print then cut. So today we're actually using the print then cut feature to print out and create today's project. You're going to see how we're able to utilize the Cricut Design Space software to make a really easy sublimation mugs all inside Design Space. Now again, you could design this from scratch as well, but it's also just a great platform to size your image and have it print out really easily with Cricut Design Space. So I wanted to also note that when you are making a Cricut mug using the Cricut mugs, you will want to make sure the size is a little bit less than 3.75 inches height. So we made ours 3.6 and the width today is 3.11. So that's the size for our mug today. You can kind of play around with what size you want yours, but this will be fantastic. So now we're going to press make it. As you can see, it's going to put it on the mat for you, and it's going to give this black square around your image. That's okay, we're going to cut that off. So now what we want to do is go ahead and mirror our image. We have been able to mirror our image, and we're going to press continue. When you're getting ready to print your image, make sure you have your printer selected. Today we're using the Epson Workforce 7710 series. So one thing I want to let you guys know is when you're doing this, be sure to turn bleed off. So go ahead and turn that off and then press print. All right, my friends, so we printed this out right here. And you can see the colors are not as vibrant as it looks like on your computer. That is completely fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to save some of this paper. We're going to be able to use this, cut it to other sizes. We just had this loaded in, so we're just working with that. So what we're going to do, take our scissors and we're going to trim it down and just take off the black rectangle. You could use a paper trimmer, you can use your scissors, whatever you want today. I'm gonna cut pretty small so I know exactly the size of our image. Now, one thing I wanna share with you, Sublimation has the ink. This is an ink transfer, right? So do you wanna scratch the image? No. Be sure to be careful when touching the image, just so you don't scratch it, because that could affect your design. Typically with vinyl, we're used to touching it, weeding it, you know, everything like that. You just wanna be very careful when you are going about it. So just like that. Now at this time, when we're getting our little image ready, remember we mirrored it. So once this is cut out, you're simply going to want to go ahead and turn on your mug press, and this will be heating up. When it's ready to heat down and heat your image, what you're going to do is you're going to see the little power button turn green. So in the meantime, we have to get our mug ready for our project. There's a few things you want to know. So I have a lint roller today, which is very important for all sublimation projects. It's just as important as having the heat resistant tape. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take it and we're just gonna make sure there's no lint on our mug. Now at first, that might seem a little silly because you're like, why would there be any lint on your mug? There could be fingerprints, there could be residue that could ruin your transfer. So just be very careful when taking care of your mug. And I actually have a pro tip for you guys today, because I've made this mistake far too many times and I don't want you to make the same mistake as well. So let me share with you what you need to be careful about when making mugs. So for today's design, it says this is my movie watching mug, right? What does that mean? That means the person looking at you can read the mug, not necessarily that you can read the mug, right? So what you want to do is not have the design facing me. We want the design facing you, the friend walking by while you're watching your movie, right? Or if you want to read it, you know, you could put it on this side. So for today's project, we are going to put the handle on my left side over here, and I'm going to put the design right here. There's been times when I've applied designs in the beginning, accidentally putting it in the middle here or on the wrong side. So just be very mindful and hold the mug and decide, am I gonna hold it in my left hand? Am I gonna hold it in my right hand? Like, what is that gonna look like? So you know what side to put the design on. So all you wanna do is apply your design. You wanna give some space from the handle because you don't want it too close there, and you're gonna start taping it down. Now we recommend here more tape than not enough, because you never know how much tape you actually need for your sublimation projects, because we do not want it to move at all. So you want to tape down all the corners in any space that you can, just to make sure you're getting a great design. So most importantly, you just want to make sure your design is flush, that you're happy with the placement, and that it is laying down perfectly. So I see right here, this part isn't, so I'm gonna take just a little piece of tape, lay it down, and kind of pull it out. So just like so that when we put this in our mug press, it's gonna be easy to get a great result, okay? So now you can put the glove on, but it's really easy to be able to place this in the mug press without the glove needed. We're gonna use the glove when we get it out. So we can just place this down right here. Now remember, this is hot. So you just wanna place this down just like so. And now, once you're ready, we're gonna be able to press this down and the automatic timer will begin. So it will now light up one little dot and then work its way for all 5 dots. All right, guys, it's beeping at us to remove the mug, and I'm gonna put the glove on just for safety. Again, you don't have to have this, because if you don't have this, what I'd recommend is just opening this up, letting it cool down, and then grabbing it, because the handle shouldn't be too hot. We just wanna be super careful with our mug. So with the glove, I can confidently grab it and have no issue. Now you can see right here, the design is kind of peeking through. So what we need to do is let this sit here and cool off. You definitely want to let this cool a little bit, and then we can start removing the tape and see our awesome design. All right, so now we can just simply finish removing this, and you can see you have your awesome, awesome design. This is my movie watching mug. How awesome is this? I love that when you transferred the design onto the mug, that's when you get to see all that vibrant color come to life. When you have the transfer, you know, it doesn't look near as vibrant, so people get worried. But once you are heat activated, you let it cool, you can remove it and reveal your awesome design. All right, friends, we've made our mug. Now I want to share with you how we're going to make the garden flag. If you can make the mug, the garden flag is going to be a piece of cake. I'm super excited to share with you how to do it. And since we're making larger than print and cut size with your Cricut, we're not actually going to use Cricut Design Space. This garden flag right here is 12 inches by 17 inches. And remember, our sublimation paper is 13 by 19. So this is a great opportunity where you have the perfect size paper to fit your garden flag. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to look over at our computer. Now I mentioned that we're using Preview today for our project. So we have a Maker's Gonna Learn print and cut file right here. It's called Be Kind. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Tools, and we need to flip horizontal, because in Cricut Design Space, what is called Mirror is called Flip Horizontal here on Preview. So once you press that button, you can see your image has now been flipped. That is something you do not want to forget, and notice you have to do it right out of the gate, before sizing your image, before anything. That is step 1. All right, step number 2, let's go over to File and press Print. Now that you've pressed Print, we need to go and select our printer. We're working with the Epson Workforce 7710 series today. The next thing you want to do is select your paper size. We're going to select 13 by 19, and you may need to set this as a custom size. If you are new to creating custom sizes, let's go ahead and press Manage Custom Sizes. Right here, you can see we have an untitled one that is 13 by 19. And I'm going to go ahead and just add a new one, and we're going to type in Sublimation 13 by 19. Bye, chickies. Once you've named it and you entered the width and the height, you can press OK. So that's our paper size today. And now we're going to go ahead and click on Scale to Fit, and we're going to click Fill Entire Page. Just like so, it's good to go. We can go ahead and now press Print. That was fast. That was pretty fast, you have to admit. Beautiful. How about that? All right, we have our design. And again, look, it's not super vibrant, but it will be soon after we hit our project. So just like preparing our mug, what we need to do is prepare our garden flag. So we're gonna bring our garden flag in, and we have it on our easy press mat. And what we're going to do is grab that lint roller, and we're gonna just remove all the lint. And again, this is 100% polyester, so that's gonna be perfect for today's project. Now you also want to come over to your easy press and start preheating it to 400 degrees for 50 seconds. That is the temperature we've set it today. So you can see it's set to 400. So now it's go heat up, and then while it's heating up, we're just going to go ahead and take our Be Kind. I'm going to actually move this over right here, and we're going to apply it down onto our garden flag. Sometimes this can be a little bit difficult to do because you can't really see through the A-sub paper too well. So what I like to do is flip it over and cut off the top and bottom. It helps me with placing the image. We're gonna now be able to apply this a lot easier onto our garden flag because we can position it, we can see the outline, and it's gonna be a lot easier. So now, here's the pro tip of the day. You might think, oh, I'm gonna take the easy press, I'm gonna push it down, it's gonna be great. Anytime I press without going ahead and using that heat resistant tape, I end up getting some type of blur because it scoots around just a little bit. So I'm gonna take some heat resistant tape, and I'm just gonna go around the design while our easy press is still warming up and just applying this down. Heat resistant tape is amazing to use when you're working with sublimation. All right, our easy press is heated up. We're gonna grab our Teflon sheet. This is optional, but it's definitely nice to have it and use it if you have one. But you could also use butcher paper or anything like that. Just a barrier to protect your paper from the heat plate. Now you're gonna pick up the very warm easy press. You're gonna apply it over your design. And then here's what we need to do today. We need to press the button to start the countdown. But notice I'm applying firm pressure, and once I place this down, I'm not moving it. You do not wanna move any of your easy press in this process. So we're going ahead and just heating this down for 50 seconds. All right, so I took the easy press off. Now we're going to gently peel up our Teflon sheet, and you can start seeing the design come through. This is a really good sign that your design is looking great. You want to double check everything, see your design, let this cool down just a few seconds, as cool as you want it to be, and kind of take a look. Look at this. So you can see right here, you have your Be Kind design, and it is perfect. I love how vibrant this is, guys. Like, it looks so good. And this will be a great little garden flag for your home. It is that easy to sublimate, my friends. You do not have to have a ton of supplies. You just have to have a few core materials to make your projects amazing. And what I love about this is these projects are super permanent. You're gonna be able to wash your garden flag without any worry about vinyl peeling up. You're gonna be able to throw your mug in the dishwasher and have great results every single time. If you are excited about sublimating, definitely check out our sublimation checklist linked right down below so you are able to grab that today. It is our gift to you, completely free. Thanks so much for hanging out with me and not only going over all these products, but making 2 super easy projects with me. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, give the video a thumbs up. Subscribe for more videos, and if you want these cut files and thousands of others, be sure to check out makersgonnalearn.com and join our membership. We cannot wait to see you in our community. Have a great day, my friends. Bye now.
And it's a good one, y'all. This is a great sublimation project that we're going to be doing today.
Yes.
And really, I say sublimation, this project, we are going to be doing sublimation. However, this is something that Alicia wanted to bring you guys to really highlight how large you can do print and cut now.
It's
now,
gigantic.
If you know about sublimation, if you are familiar with it, you know that you don't have to do print and cut with sublimation. However, we were planning on doing this with the large Caesar DTV. It just didn't come in. So we are doing it with sublimation, but this can be done with the larger format printable HTV or the Caesar DTV specifically.
Yeah, and I don't know how many brands are coming out with the large format printable DTV, but Patrick over at Caesar had let us know that they were doing the big size. We just haven't received it yet. So I was like, if we get it, we'll use it. But we haven't got it yet. So I was like, we can still do sublimation and show you all how big. I mean, just to really see it like in person. When I first printed it off, I was like, I mean, we're printing this off on a 13 by 19 sheet of paper.
Right.
We're not, like, it doesn't go that big in Cricut Design Space. It only goes to like 11 by 17. But we're gonna do the full sheet. Like, it's gonna be as big as we can possibly get it to fit on a sweatshirt. So it's gonna be really exciting, and we haven't done it. There's a lot of stuff going on over here. Hello. This heat press is over here. I've already got it heating up. But it looks like we've kind of got a lot going on, and that's because we're using our Cricut, we are sublimating, and we need a sublimation printer in here. So, you know, if you get into sublimation, I feel like the tools that you use are just gigantic. They kind of take up, they take up space. You got a heat press, you got a printer, and normally we've been using this Epson EcoTank. This is the 8550. Normally we use the Workforce, and I would argue that the Workforce printer is like much bigger. It's at least taller.
So, but the only thing with the Workforce printer that we have run into issues with is because it does take cartridges. It's a lot harder to refill those ink cartridges, and there's like, it runs the risk of firmware updating and not recognizing your cartridges and all this stuff. So we really, really enjoyed the EcoTank in general, whether it's the smaller EcoTank or the larger EcoTank.
Yes, so the Workforce printer, that's what we've kind of worked with forever, and you'll hear us talk about it and use it in past projects. We had one that kind of kicked the bucket. If you have converted your Epson Workforce and it asks you to update your firmware, just don't. Don't do it, because what happens is you update your firmware and then it doesn't recognize your ink cartridges. And so I didn't know that until I updated our firmware. I thought that maybe that's what's wrong. And so I did it, and then it doesn't recognize my cartridges, and then it voids your warranty. So, converting it could really void your warranty anyways. So I don't really know why that would matter. But this one, this is like our little upgrade. Not only is it an upgrade, but it is a cheaper printer. So this one, I want to say it runs about $800.
Was it that expensive?
Yes, but that was full price on Office Max, from Office Max. So, and y'all know with inflation, like, printers are so expensive because no one's wanting to make them. Do you remember when printers were like not that expensive?
Yeah, but so the one thing that I do want to say is if $800 is not in your price range right now, don't feel like, if you want to get into sublimation, don't let, just because you can't afford the biggest one, because like I said, this prints.
This is a wide format.
This print's 13 by 19.
Yeah.
So yes, it's nice to have that area to cover, but I have done a lot of projects where I piece together sublimation stuff, and it still works.
Yeah. So this is just like the Mac Daddy, but don't feel like this is the one you have to get. So you can get, there's smaller options available. And if you are interested after today and we do this craft with you and you're like, oh my gosh, sublimation seems so cool, and you do decide to take the sublimation course, we actually go through all the printers and like what printers work for who, and we help you decide what printer you need for yourself personally. So I think that that's really cool. But outside of that, let me kind of go over everything that you're going to need today. So if we can go overhead. So this is the sweatshirt that we're going to be sublimating on. Now, this is the Gildan Heavy Blend Adult Crew Neck Sweatshirt. It's a 50-50 blend. I would recommend a 60 or greater personally, but you can sublimate on a 50-50 blend. And yeah, this is 50% polyester, 50% cotton. So the higher the polyester content, the brighter and more vibrant your sublimation ink is going to show up whenever you go to sublimate. So this is 50%. Also, I find if you have a lower polyester content, when you go to wash it, it kind of fades your colors a little bit. Have you noticed that before?
It does, because it doesn't have enough, it doesn't have as many synthetic fibers for that ink to hold on to. So it will, if you do, just be aware, if you sublimate on a 50-50 or less, it will look fine when you sublimate it. It will look
It'll be bright, yeah. It won't be as great. But then when you go to wash, it will have more of a vintage look. Yes, it's like more of a washed look.
It's more of a vintage. So that's just letting you, putting that out there.
Yeah, but this one you can purchase at Hobby Lobby, so that it's kind of nice because I could just go snag these up at Hobby Lobby if I need to. I did purchase some, I think they were 100% polyester sweatshirts off of Amazon, and they were just like not it for me. They looked purple, like you know when something's so white and it looks bleachy. It kind of gives it
a UV look.
Yes, and a lot of times when you use 100% polyester items, they have a weird feel sometimes, and they are like super vibrant white. So I even like the washed look with this design today. I think it looks really cute, so I'm not mad about it. I'm gonna use a 50-50 mix, but I do recommend a little bit higher of a polyester percentage whenever you're shopping around for sublimation blanks. You cannot just go and buy a white sweatshirt and assume that you can sublimate on it. It has to have polyester in it in order for that sublimation ink to cling to the polyester fibers. So the polymers, if you will. So I've got the sweatshirt. I have our 13 by 19 paper here. This is what we're gonna be printing on today, and we are gonna fill this baby up as big as we can in order for our Cricut to be able to cut it. And then I have it's a light grip 12 by 24 mat. That's what you're gonna wanna use because we are cutting paper. And then I have a t-shirt guide. If you got on any of our deals, we have these little t-shirt guides in our swag bags. I've got a burnishing tool. This is great for sublimation. So this is what we use to get any extra lint on our shirts off before we actually apply heat so it doesn't discolor our shirts. I have some heat tape, a measuring tape, and then I've obviously got our clamshell heat press. Now, if you've got a regular like Cricut Easy Press, I'm gonna say, I don't know. Have you sublimated with a big heat press before? Like a manual one?
I have.
I've done it once or twice, but
So when I first started here, we did a blanket. It was a blanket full of pictures. I think we only printed on the 8.5 by 11, and so
Papers.
we used we had a bunch of different pictures, and that was an instance where I found that the Easy Press worked better than the clamshell press, because I would have the pictures like laying flat on the floor, but then to pick up the pictures where I had placed them and put them in the clamshell with that big blanket didn't work.
Because you're gonna be like moving the blanket.
Because I'm moving
so
I can just place the pictures on the floor and then come in with the press.
Yeah.
But with that being said, you know, 9.5 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, like, you're going to use a heat press over
like a mini press.
Yeah.
You're not going to want to use a mini press for this. If you get into sublimation, you're going to want to invest in a really good heat press. And this clamshell press is something that we use for almost all of our sublimation projects. There's a few exceptions, obviously, like the blanket and things like that, where it's pieced together. But this is the StarCraft heat press, and I linked an alternative heat press for you all that is much cheaper. This is a very high end. This is probably like the highest end of a crafter's heat press that you could get.
But really and truly, we've used the other ones, and I mean, they work pretty much
It's
the
a
same.
heat source. If it can get as hot as you need it, if it can get to 375, like, you're gravy. So, and this one works really good for us. It's also a beautiful Tiffany blue. I love it. So I've got that. I've got the butcher's paper ready to go. And then we have the files. If they are not linked down below for you all yet, they will be on the website at some point today. We just had these designed specifically for this project because we were like, this is so cute. We have to do something like this for Mother's Day. I can't believe that Mother's Day is coming up.
I know.
I'm trying to think of what day is Mother's Day? It's May something. So anyways, let's go back on to Design Space. I'm going to go back. I was running some test prints earlier. Did I not bring our finished sweatshirt in here to show you guys in real life? It may be sitting right over there. So this is the image that we're working with today. Is this not the cutest ever? I am just like so obsessed with this image. It's so freaking cute. I am going to zoom out because we're going to pull this into Design Space. Thank you. Okay, let's go overhead. I'm going to show you guys what this looks like. Okay, so you just saw on the share screen what it looks like kind of in Design Space. So the colors are a little bit different, and that's because this is a 50-50 blend. So this is what we mean when we say you get more of a washed or like vintage look. You can tell it's a little bit more faded, but like still beautiful and perfect, I think. And then we've got the little hearts on the sleeve right here. Is that not so cute?
I know, I love this. And one thing that I want to let you guys know is it's in the works, right? Or did Mark get them uploaded?
I just let them know that they'll be uploaded.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I wasn't listening.
That's okay. Yeah, they should be uploaded. Then maybe partially uploaded right now. I saw one heart on the website before I came in here, but they'll be uploaded at some point today. And y'all, it's not just Mama.
That's what I was fixing to say. It's not just Mama.
I requested that we have like Grammy. I have my Ruby, her grandmother is Grams. So we've got Gigi, Nani. I mean, I think there's probably like 10 or 12. There's Granny, Grammy. I mean, all of the above. I tried to list as many as I possibly could. If I missed yours, I'm so sorry. Also, if I missed it after we upload the files, y'all let me know, especially if you're going to make it, because I want you to be able to have the one that you need. So anyways, let's go back into Design Space. So I'm going to go find this file in my uploads. Obviously, you all are going to have to get the file off of the website once it's updated. And we're just going to scroll down here. Look at little Asher. I'm going to add this to the canvas and then add my hearts to the canvas. We've got Mimi, Nanny, I believe. I want to say we have a Nani, Erica, I hope. Meemaw, Sin. I don't know if we did a Meemaw. I can't remember them all. I'll have to look.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to delete these old ones because we don't need them. Delete, and I'm going to delete any of these layers that we're not using. I had pulled up my old file. So, okay, so whenever you pull these in, she's also made, our designer, she separated all of these hearts. So you'll be able to download each individual heart color. You don't have to download the one with all 4 of them in it. But for the sake of today's video, we're going to kind of slice these away from each other. So let's just start there and kind of get all the parts that we need to work with. So we're only going to be using 2 hearts. You can use whatever color that you want. I'm just going to take a basic shape, just a circle, and I'm going to hover over top of my heart shape. And y'all, this is why I still love having the slice feature, because you can't use any of those new combined features to do this because it would get rid of all your other little hearts. Like if I wanted to do exclude or something, I couldn't do it because it would get rid of all my hearts. And I need them to just be separated from each other. So I'm going to select both layers and I'm going to delete any of the layers that I do not currently need. So you can see we've got this little heart, but these three are still connected. And so now I'm just going to go grab another circle and we're going to slice off whatever other color we want. So you're just going to pull that circle over top of it, and then you're going to select both layers and then hit slice and delete all of the layers that you do not want.
I love these letters so much, and we've had so many people that have asked us for different, very specific names.
Yeah.
I wonder if we should talk to our designer and see if we can get like an actual alphabet.
Oh, that'd be cute.
With these similar...
and so they can make
so
whatever.
they can make their own.
Yeah, that's a great idea. See, this is why we want y'all to tell us what you want, you know? That's a good idea. We should definitely do that. Okay, so I've got my little hearts. Let's go ahead and resize our hearts while we're working on it. And what I like to do before I resize them in Design Space, I want to make sure that they are the correct size for where they're going on my sweatshirt. So these are going to be going on the sleeve, but I don't want them to be gigantic, okay? Like I want them to be a good size where mama can read them or Grammy can read them, but they don't need to be like 5 inches wide. You know what I'm saying? We don't want them to be that big. So, I mean, if you do, listen, it's your sweatshirt. You can do what you want. But I'm thinking like 3 inches. So it's just about that big, okay? So back in Design Space, I'm going to select one, and then up here, I'm just going to change the width to 3 inches. Make sure that your shape is locked so you don't lose the heart shape, otherwise it's going to warp everything. And then I'm going to select the other one, and we're going to change that to 3 as well. Is everybody with me? Good? Okay, let's zoom into our hearts. Let me zoom in one more time. Okay, now we need to add the names that we want to these fonts. So let's do Blair and Wade because I messed up this first sweatshirt, and I'm going to show you guys what I did here in a second when we go to press it. I'm going to tell you what not to do. Don't be like me. I'm going to type in Blair. And she's named after...
Gossip Girl.
Gossip Girl. Any Gossip Girl fans? Tabitha named her daughter Blair after Blair Waldorf. I don't watch Gossip Girl.
I've
Do you
never
watch it?
watched it either.
My mom got really into it for like ever, and I just never watched it. I call Amber Light Amaryllis all the time. So the font is Amber Light that we're using today. And so whenever you guys use this font, a lot of times it is not kerned. And so what you're going to need to do whenever you type this out, please, for the love, don't leave it like this, okay? Whenever you do this project and you go to make it, just hear me in your ear saying, don't leave spaces. Kern your letters.
Kern your letters. Make them touch.
Make your letters touch or else. Okay, and so you can manually just kind of hit this down arrow on the letter space. But what I like to do is go to Advanced and ungroup to letters. And so you can select the portion of letters that you want to touch and kind of move them around that way. So I'm just using the arrows on my keyboard to manually move each individual letter or set of letters, just like so. And most of our fonts are not like this. This Amber Light, honestly, is like the only one I can even think of that does this. And it's an older font, but an oldie but a goodie. And we use it for everything because it's such a cute handwritten font.
Yes.
It's very much our style, I feel like.
Yeah.
Okay, and then so once you get it where you want, you're gonna need to select it all. And I like to unite it. So it's like one little unit. You can also attach it. It's gonna do the same thing. And whenever you pull a text into Design Space, it's gray. I don't want it to be gray. I want it to be black like the outlines of my heart. So I'm going to change it to black. It doesn't look like that much, but it matches a lot better if you adjust that, just that little thing. It's all in details, you know? And then I'm just going to shrink it to fit within our heart, like so, okay? Cutie.
Love it.
Can't see. Okay. And then we're going to do Wade. So just make a new text box. W-A-D-E. Let's advanced and ungroup to letters. And that A doesn't have to touch the W, but I am going to scooch it a little bit closer. You can also just click these letters and move them around. Cute.
Cute.
Cute, cute. We're going to combine it and hit Unite. And then we will change this to black. And then we can resize it and put it right inside our little heart. So cute. Okay, so I've got the names on here, but they are, what you're gonna do is make sure that they're exactly where you want them first. And I'm gonna click and drag and make sure that the name and the heart are selected. And then we're going to flatten them together. This is gonna make them a cohesive print and cut image. And so you can see in our layers panel, the name, I don't know if y'all can see from that far, but there's like the name and the heart and it's all on one layer. And so this is gonna allow our Cricut to know that it doesn't need to cut out the name separately from the heart. It just thinks it needs to cut around the heart. And I also do not want this to cut right up next to the heart. So I am gonna add a slight offset in white. So we won't even be able to see it. But I do want it to cut with like, I don't know, like a 1/4 inch allowance all the way around. So make sure you have your flattened image selected. And we're gonna add a small offset, like a 0.15 offset. And I'm gonna hit apply, and we're gonna change that to white. Okay, and then you can click and drag and select the offset layer as well as the print and cut layer, and we're gonna flatten that. And so this is gonna just cut where the offset was. Does that make sense to everybody?
Now this is gonna be really, really important. That step is gonna be very important if you do this with printable HTV.
Yes.
It doesn't matter as much with sublimation, but it's very, very important if you're doing it with printable HTV.
Yes. And yeah, we're going to do an extra large printable HTV video because it is a little bit different in this way. Like this is a perfect time where it's going to be completely different too. So we'll try to get that prepared for you guys. As soon as that stuff comes in, we're making a video because I've been wanting to do a big printable DTV video. So again, let's do it with the Blair heart. So we're gonna select both layers. So the name and the heart layer, you're gonna flatten it. So it's one layer. We're gonna add an offset, just a 0.15 offset. Hit apply. I'm gonna change it to white. You can't see it. Make sure you select both layers, both the offset and the print and cut layer, and then we're gonna flatten that again. And so it's not gonna cut right up on our heart, it's gonna cut a 0.15 inches away from our heart. And so you can even see when I pull that behind there, that little white, and I can change the canvas. Let me change the canvas color to like this light gray. So it's gonna cut that white part, okay? So let's zoom out. Now that we've got that, we're good to go. Those are fine. We're just gonna kind of leave them over here to the side. And now we can work on the mama part. So let's go back overhead and we're gonna measure our sweatshirt. Make sure that we get it as big or as small as we want it. We want it big though, because I want to print this really big. I don't know why it's so exciting for me to print such gigantic things, but it's just fun. When we first did it, I was like, this is awesome. Like, this is so cool. Okay, so can y'all see that pretty good? Okay. And so I like, when I'm doing big sweatshirts like this, I try not to go further than the mid region of the shoulders. So like, I don't want to go out this wide. I want to kind of live no wider than the mid distance of the shoulders, if that makes sense. And so when I'm going to measure where I want it, I don't want to go, like I want to make this as big as I possibly can. And I feel like 13, like 12.5 or 13 is about as wide as I want to go. Now, if you started going like 16, no, it's going to be way too wide. And when they wear it, you're not going to be able to see it as well. So I'm thinking 12.5 or 13 wide. So let's go back into Design Space. And you can see right now it's on 16. So let's just adjust this to 12.5. And look, this is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. If your image is not locked, it's gonna warp your image. So let me undo it so y'all can see what it did look like. Okay, just make sure that your image is locked. So right now, if I go to change this to 12.5, it's locked now. That's weird, it locked itself. I've never seen it do that before. Anyways, just make sure that this little lock button is locked and it doesn't look like this when you're going to resize your image. It needs to look like that when you go to resize. So now that we've done that, what I'm gonna do next is add an offset to this. So I want it to cut all the way around everything. I do not want it to cut out the individual letters. I just want it to cut out around the entire thing. So I'm gonna go up to our offset, and you can see in the preview that there are small gaps in between here. It's okay if we have a few little gaps, but I think I wanna make this a little bit bigger so there's less. And then we can contour out any gaps that we really don't need. Let's do 0.35 and see what happens. Okay, that's good. And then I'm gonna hit apply. I'm gonna change this to white, okay? Now, I wanna kinda get rid of these little gaps in here. I just don't need it. Like, I don't need it to cut that portion. So I'm gonna go to my offset, just select the offset layer in your layers panel. We're gonna go up here to operation and change it to the basic cut function, okay? Y'all with me? And then we're gonna go back down to contour, and we're gonna hide all contours. And so now it's just a solid outline of everything. And I wanna change it back to white just so you guys can still have the visual, but it's only gonna cut all the way around all of this, and it's not gonna get up in here and try to cut all that. Like, we don't need any unnecessary cuts, because I want this to be a really like solid piece of paper, if that makes sense. And so I'm just gonna select both layers and flatten those, and that's it. Also, that reminded me of something, Carol. So earlier, I was just kind of running through what we were gonna be doing today, and I was like, why is it not letting me select the larger paper size? You all have to be in the beta version to do the large format print and cut. I don't know when they're gonna take it out of the beta version, because I feel like they've had this update for what, it's been like 3 or 4 weeks or more.
I feel like it's been a while.
I feel like it has been too. And so I thought, oh, it's surely on the regular live version. So if you're trying to complete this project and you're like, it doesn't give me the large format page options, make sure that you all are making this project in the beta version. So what you're gonna need to do to get there is go to these 3 lines on the top left, just click on that, and then you're gonna go to settings. And so you can see right here, application experience, beta or live, click on beta, and then hit done. And then it's gonna restart Cricut Design Space. So
what are the dimensions of the new biggest print and cut?
How big does it do it? 11 by 17.
Okay.
Why?
Because I'm in the live version.
Okay, and it's letting you?
It seems to be.
So
No.
It's not gonna let you.
Wait, hold on. Or change paper size.
Okay.
It only gives me A4 letter.
Yep.
So you are right.
Yep, you've got to be in the beta version.
You have to be in beta.
So I'm sure that'll go away soon, but if you're trying to do it and you're like, it doesn't let me do it that big, it's giving me an error, make sure you're in the beta version first. Okay, we've got everything. She's cute, she's gorgeous. Now we get to print. I'm so excited. So what we're gonna do next is go to make it. Yes, Renee, make sure you save your work before you switch and restart. So if you need to switch to the beta version, save your project and then switch, because it will update Cricut Design Space. Okay, guys, so this is the new print and cut area, first of all.
What?
It's gigantic. There's so much room for activities. There's so much room. And so what's really nice is that I have so much room to move this around. So normally the bounding box was all the way around here, so you couldn't even butt it up to the edges. Well, Cricut got smart and realized they just need registration marks in the corners. Who would have thunk it? And so that's what they've done here. So I can move this around wherever I want. And what's also gonna be really nice is I can take these hearts over here and I can move them to my other sheet. And so we really don't have to waste a whole nother sheet of paper just for these two little hearts. So if you want to do that, you just need to click on the image, select the three dots, and we're going to move the object. And I'm going to select this one so that we can put all of this stuff on here together. I am going to remember that there is an offset all the way around this. So make sure that you're not pulling it in and button it up right here, because you may run into accidentally cutting through your heart. So I'm going to kind of space them out. I wish you could change the color of the print and cut background just so you could see it, but it is what it is. And then I'm going to move this one to the other one as well. And if you need to, you can even like rotate them to fit whatever you need to do to make it work. Okay, cute, right? Okay, so we're not completely done because we are sublimating. We need to make sure that everything that we're printing is a mirrored image. And so right now it's not. So what I'm gonna do is select mirror over here on the left, and that went ahead and mirrored everything. It just kind of flipped it backwards for me. So also, you can go here to select your different material sizes. I'm just using the biggest as possible. We are printing on technically we're printing on a 13 by 19 sheet, but it's gonna print as if it were like 11 by 17. Hopefully that doesn't confuse anybody. So everything's mirrored. You have to mirror your images if you're sublimating, because you print it mirrored and then you lay it down onto the sweatshirt or whatever you're sublimating on, and then it goes to the correct direction, if that makes sense. And so all you're gonna need to do next is select continue, and we are going to send to printer. We are using the Epson ET8550, and I do not need a bleed on this project. The only time I would need a bleed on anything is if I need my color to go all the way to the edges, and we do not want that here. So I'm gonna turn the bleed off. We're gonna use our system dialog. I'm in such a habit of doing this, regardless of if I'm doing sublimation or anything. I always print from system dialog because you can adjust the settings. And so I'm gonna hit print, and it's gonna load. If you're using a Mac, a lot of times the dialog box will pop up behind Cricut Design Space. So you may be sitting here like, what the heck? It's loading, like where is it? Pull down Cricut Design Space, and there it is. And so now we're gonna feed this from the rear tray, and we're gonna select best quality, always. Rear tray, best quality, it's like good as gold.
Yes.
But okay, so I've got my printer and the rear tray. I'm gonna go ahead and select print, and let me make sure it's picking up what I'm putting down up here. It sounds like its brain's going, so let's hope. Okay, while that's printing, I'm just gonna take this lint roller, and I wanna get off any linty bits off of this that I can. And I will say these Gildan sweatshirts are bad for having like lots of little lint, and I can't always get all of it, which I hate, but I try to get as much as I can. Because whenever we go to sublimate, if you've got little pieces of lint all over, it turns them to these like little blue fuzzies, and they're so annoying, and they'll be all over your all over your piece. So I'm gonna try to avoid that at all costs. So just lint roll that really good. And then let's just see here. Okay, this is our image. So pretty cool, right? It looks a little bit light, but often, not often, every time when you print with sublimation ink, it looks a lot lighter on the paper. And then when you sublimate it, the colors darken up. So you can see like this is the finished one that we did. And you can see there's quite a bit of difference. And so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sit my sweatshirt to the side for a minute. There we go. And then I'm going to line this up. I know that you guys can't see everything I'm doing, but I'm trying to make sure that we're in view here. So I'm just gonna line this up as well as I can. Okay. Make sure, and then, so there's gonna be some excess paper. I'm just gonna take a true control knife or like an X-Acto knife and trim all of that off so it doesn't get caught up in our Cricut. Okay, make sure you're not cutting over those registration boxes. The Cricut needs those to read as it cuts. So we're just gonna do it like that. I'm gonna take my burnishing tool. I should have brought the brayer in here. Oh, I have it. Okay, a brayer is really good for this because you don't want to scrape over this sublimation ink. This brayer is just going to kind of roll right over top of everything and make sure that your paper is going to stay stuck down really well. Okay, now, if you sublimate already and you're like, why in the world are they cutting this with a Cricut? For the sake of cutting it this big, and honestly, it's kind of satisfying to have a really neat cutout of whatever you're doing, because normally, like when we sublimate, we would just rip our design out of the paper. So it's kind of cool to do it, you know, with the Cricut. So, and like we were saying earlier, this would be a really good printable DTV project as well. So I'm just gonna slide this in, okay? And let's go back into Design Space. And we need to set our base material. Oops. So this is just like, you could do like a copy paper. Let's type it in paper. You can see there's a lot. This is a pretty thin paper. We'll just do like a 20-pound copy paper and then hit done. And we're just using a fine point blade today. Okay, so it's gonna measure our mat all the way. Oh no, why is it saying that? So it's saying it can't read my print then cut marks. I'm gonna try to do it again. Hold on, it's loading. The machine's doing something super sketch over here, like the lights were going off weird. Let's just try to recut it. I'm gonna set it as paper.
I wonder if it's because the ink is light.
It's very possible. But you could see the black just fine. I didn't have any issues before. Okay, let's hit play. We shall see. And you know, also I'll say we're using Design Space in the beta version. The beta version is not the best version. So it may have extra features because it's like trial features. A lot of times they don't work as well as when they're like fully a live version of something. So it could simply be that. Since it's not working, let's try something. Let's try to troubleshoot a little bit. So can y'all see like kind of how this is set to the side? I didn't want to trim my left side because I wanted it to line up as perfectly as it would. What would you think if I trimmed this left side and adjust and then moved it over a little bit? Should we try it? Because if it doesn't work, we can always cut this out by hand. You know what I'm saying? I'm wondering if it's because we're in the beta version that it's not working. Can y'all see what I'm doing? I'm gonna trim this left side and I'm just gonna line this up to the top left corner. We're going rogue, everybody. That was like the straightest cut I've ever made in my life. Well, it wasn't that straight, but just Sadie's laughing at me. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up and move it over to the left. So I always like to line my print and cuts up as accurately as possible. That's why I didn't want to cut my top left edge, but you know what? We're winging it because it's not gonna read it anyways. I'm gonna line this up and then we can take our brayer. Okay, let's try it. Uno más, one more. Okay. And let me set my base material to copy paper again. All right. It's gonna read the registration marks and then it'll have us hit go. Mine did the same thing a few days ago. I just saved my project and then it read it the next time I tried it. How strange. Were you in the beta version, Carol? I'm wondering if that has anything to do with it. Okay, let's see if it works this time. Everybody cross your fingers, hold your breath. I feel like it's already doing more than it did. Is that just me?
It is.
Okay. We're figuring it out, people. This is real life stuff. The first time that I did this, I just printed it, put it on there, trimmed the right edge, and it was like, oh, okay, got it. This time it's like, no, you're on a live stream. Why would I work correctly? Sweet baby Jesus. It's working. It's a Christmas miracle.
Chrysler miracle.
I really did not think it was going to work. I was like, well, I'm going to have to cut this out by hand. Okay, so it worked, you guys. So make sure, I think that registration border needs to be as close to that top left edge as it possibly can. It's going to read the registration box and know where to cut. So the fact that I cut that off, that left side off, doesn't really affect anything. So that's kind of nice. Oh yeah. This is good. This is good. So while that's cutting, I'm going to go ahead and put some butcher paper down on the bottom. Maybe. Okie dokie. Now, let's pull this out. So whenever you're pulling paper off of your mat, we like to go with gravity. So I'm going to flip my mat over this way, and I'm just going to pop these off. I just don't want them to curl up a lot. That way it lays flat on my shirt. Okay. And then we've got our little layer. Y'all, look how much we used, almost all that whole sheet.
That's crazy.
I love it. Okay, so we've got all of our little pieces here. So cute. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and lay my sweatshirt out. I'm running out of space, everybody. So just lay this out as flat and straight as you possibly can. And go ahead and grab your t-shirt ruler. Okay, I'm gonna line this up with the center of my shirt, just like that at the collar. And we're gonna press the mama part. So I'm gonna line my mama up with the bottom of that t-shirt guide. And then this will kind of be, actually, Lauren, do you feel like that's too high up, like from your view?
My stuff must be
It's delayed.
Because you're not putting it, it's not on there yet.
I feel like I should come down a hair.
So you were going to add, you put the mama up there next to it? Oh yeah, that's too high.
Right, well, so I had it up here, and I feel like that's way too high. So I'm feeling like that looks good. Let's take that off and see. Yeah, I like that.
You're still a taper.
I'm what?
You still tape?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Lauren's not a taper. That's what she's calling me, a taper, because I tape my design down. Lauren uses our Condi spray. Is it Condi?
Yeah.
I've never used it. I'm admitting that right now. I'm just old school, you know what I'm saying? But the Condi spray is really good. So what we're talking about is a spray, and you spray it on the front of the sublimation. So we would spray it on the front where the ink is, and then you can stick it to your piece, like your shirt, your blank, whatever, and it like adheres your sublimation paper down, but then it doesn't allow the paper to stick even after it's pressed under the heat. I'll do it on the hearts.
No.
I haven't used it. I should use it.
I would rather you tape the hearts.
Would you? So you think bigger areas are better for the spray? Just because it's not going to be able to lift or anything like that. Like if it's sticky, it's not going to lift. Well.
But I mean, the press, that's what the press is for too.
Right, the press does that part. But it does help when you're like transitioning from here to here. Okay. Now, so I've got my butcher paper down. I've got everything taped down. I want y'all to know, when I first started sublimating, I would have taped the dickens out of this.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you have? I mean, I would tape everything. I was like, no edge left untaped. I would never do that. Okay, and then get another piece. Okay. We're gonna lay this right on top. Make sure your design is completely in be pressed and it's not sitting on the edges. Watch this because it's very hot. We're gonna press this for 60 seconds. Firm pressure.
Yep.
I had this set on 80 seconds, so don't let me forget. I'm not gonna start talking about this because then I'll sublimate it for 80 seconds instead of 60.
Okay.
We don't wanna do that.
Not throwing you off then.
But we will talk about that Gandhi spray because it's good stuff.
And Nikki's craft room said, did the spray not leave a residue? No.
It doesn't.
does
That's
not
the
at
coolest
all.
part.
It does not at all.
Ugh. Okay. She's crispy. Sit that under there. Okay. Ooh. I'll do the big reveal
Now,
over
it
here.
does leave a residue on your fingers for a minute.
Yes, it's a wee bit sticky.
But the heat, it's like the heat evaporates everything. Did you just blow those off the table?
Yes. Hold on. I need these. All right, big reveal time. Who's ready? I'm not. I'm nervous. I'm just kidding. Okay, here we go. Ooh, she's crispy.
So crispy.
So crispy. Oh man, that looks good. That's a 10 out of 10. Okay. Now, so for this part, this is the sleeves part. You can do this on the left or the right sleeve, whichever one that you prefer. Just be conscious of where you are putting the heart. So let me just show you guys what I did, okay? I was in a hurry and I didn't want to get the heat press. I didn't want to turn the heat press on because it had already had it on all day and I was like, I'm just going to use the mini press. I'm just going to use a little, or it wasn't the mini press, it was the
easy press, like the 9x9.
Yeah, it was like the small one. Look at this. And I tried to fix it, so you can tell that I tried to fix it. I had pressed it on a seam, and then when I noticed that it messed up, I went and cut off the edge of the heart and tried to like butt it up and like repress it again. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't try to press anything on a seam or it's gonna be, because what I had done is flattened it out like this. And so that seam was back here. And I thought that I had the hearts over to the left enough to where that seam would not get pressed. Well, it wasn't. It wasn't far enough over. So anyways, I repressed it on this side, right here, okay? And it looked just fine. So what you're gonna wanna do whenever you press these, or place these, I should say, let me move this one out of the way. You're gonna wanna press them kind of like here. And so it kind of sits on like this part of your arm so people can read it. It's really up to you all where you wanna specifically place them. That's just where I think it looks the cutest. And then what we're gonna do is just place them. And now you can kind of tilt them like back and forth if you want. And we're just going to add a little bit of tape. Okay, here we go. Yes, make sure you're lint rolling everything. We even like lint roll tumblers and everything. You just want to make sure there's no residue.
Because there are things that, like small pieces of material that you would never think would be on something, but once sublimated, I don't know why, it just leaves it leaves like a residue.
It exposes your sins.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm gonna keep that bottom piece of butcher's and rip off a new piece. Okay, we're just gonna place this right here. I'm gonna kind of hold the sweatshirt so it doesn't fall. And we're gonna slide this new piece in. We're gonna press this for the same time, 60 seconds at 375. All right, I agree. And the keys to sublimation are pressure and heat. So you really want to be able to apply even, consistent pressure over the entire surface. Can y'all see that? Okay, so go ahead and pull these off. Ooh, so cute. I love this blue color. It's like my fave color. Oh, how cute. Okay, let's show the big reveal.
I love it.
Look how cute. And then it's got like the little sleeve. It's got the little sleeve. Y'all, this is the cutest. If you're trying to figure out a gift for somebody, this is it. This is the one. I love it.
If you do a lot of sublimating on the sleeve has become a very, very hot seller here in the last little bit.
Been seeing puff vinyl on sleeves, and like with words of affirmation, like you are capable, or you are you're strong, or whatever.
Yeah.
But they'll have like little puff vinyl or even like HTV on the sleeves. So cute. You can look on Etsy for inspo ideas. Okay.
That would be really cute with a little, like where the black is, if you put puff HTV on top of that.
It would. Oh, we should do that for a project.
Woohoo! Okay, we're gonna head over. I'm so excited. Let's take a look. Okay.
Show us all the things.
Oh my goodness. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited. Isn't there sublimation paper specific for dark clothing? So, Kathy, I don't believe so. And here's why. It's a dark fabric. Like if I was to sublimate right now on a black fabric, you wouldn't be able to really see it. You may be speaking of some of the hacks.
Yes.
Because there's some nifty workarounds to go on those darker fabrics, because who doesn't want to do that? Lorraine, my Sawgrass 1000 sublimation printer is being delivered today.
Oh my gosh, what perfect timing.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Awesome.
Congratulations, Lorraine. We're so excited. And it is going to be a lot of fun. So, did the class start? So the class is a self-paced course. They're all pre-recorded videos. You can watch me at 1 a.m. You can watch me at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. When you need me, I will be there for you to master sublimation. You know what I'm saying, my friend? And do the files come with that commercial license? Yes, because we want you to hit the ground running.
Yeah.
We want you to sublimate like a pro. We want you to make your money back even in selling your crafts. So yes, I love that. That's a great question. But let's talk about the elephant in the room, Alicia. There's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff. This thing is big. Everyone's probably like, what in the world?
This is like my favorite thing ever. You guys know we're professional crafters. It took me developing the sublimation course to fully go all in on this thing.
Yeah.
It changed my life. Like,
it looks intimidating, but like that thing can do so much. And if you get confident using that, you're going to be like rearing to go. You're going to be wanting to pump out those shirts, pump out those sublimation projects.
Exactly. So what I want to first talk about is I have some notes here. I have different things lined out for us. I want to talk actually first about our heating source. So I feel like a lot of us here today, we have an understanding that somehow this ink is going into my printer. I'm going to print something out, and thanks to heat, there is going to be something happen. So you are under the correct understanding. So let's talk about the heat. Now, the reason why I went for a larger heat press, this one is 15 by 15.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
I think it's one of the big, I think they have a slightly bigger one that you can buy like as a standard crafter.
Yes. This one's a little bit more of an expense that you're going to invest in. You don't have to invest in that just to get started. But one thing I want you to note, and if you're taking notes today is a show to take notes at.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Please take notes. You can only sublimate however large your heating press element is. So if you have a 9x9 easy press, for optimal best results, you can only sublimate 9x9. So I could make, for example, these onesies, fun.
Yeah.
Amazing. But if I want to do blankets and I want to make it fast and I want to make it easy, that's why I have this 15 by 15. You do not have to start here. You don't have to start here at all.
I'd like to also add too that not only does it need to have heat, it needs to have pressure.
Yes.
So the pressure also helps the sublimation process. So if you're going off the edges of your press and you're not able to actually apply that pressure, you're missing like a part of the sublimation process.
Yes. And the heat will do it because it does turn into a gas. But what I find is the pressure kind of makes sure it doesn't move. It doesn't,
keeps those crispy edges.
And we want crispy edges. We want it to look like we bought it at the Cracker Barrel.
Crispy edges are bust, okay?
Yeah, like that's what you need. And it's awesome. So I know we already dove over to heat. Let's talk a little bit more about heat, and then we'll go shift gears to printers because I think they're just as mainly important. I like tackling heat first because I think a lot of us may already have heating elements. So we invested in the StarCraft 15 by 15. Don't feel pressured to do this right out of the gate. Your Easy Press will do you just fine. Whichever one you have, work with what you got.
Yes.
Until you love it, right?
I 100% agree.
I love that. I love that. Jill says, I'm worried about a heat press blowing fuses in my old house. So I don't remember. Our office isn't the newest. And we've only blew a fuse once or twice.
Yeah.
But we are in our studio and if I could just show you how many lights are here.
Everywhere.
It's crazy.
Yeah, there's lots of electricity flowing in here.
Yes, we need extra. So yeah, you're going to definitely use some energy in here. And it's big. So you don't have to do this big one. You could do a smaller one. You could do an Easy Press, whatever you want, okay? So that is incredible. There's other heating elements too.
Yeah, we've got some hacks.
We got some hacks. So let's talk mug press. So when I was developing the course, Maker's Gonna Sublimate, which is $70 off today. Love letting y'all know that. Please get the discounts. We love deals. I built and did a lot of testing of making full wrap tumblers. I actually teach you guys how to design and make this flawless.
Literally flawless. That thing looks so good.
I know. Let's show it on the overhead too, just so you guys can really take it in.
Put a microscope over that thing.
I know.
There's no ghosting. There's nothing. It looks
It's beautiful.
good.
This is the crisp line you need. This is beautiful. You can take the lid. You need to take the lid off, and you can see these lines. I mean, they're beautiful.
Sharp.
Look down here. Look at that. Like, this is so even.
Y'all, that is not as easy as Tanner is making it look, okay? I had learned sublimation a few months ago, and that took me a lot of trial and error. And that's why the course is going to be so good, because Tanner's taking out all of that grunt work and all of the, how do I get it to make it so crispy? How do I get it to do this? And it makes it so much easier for you
one
guys.
thing I love, Alicia, for the friends that are brand new here, like Alicia just joined our team in January. And Alicia, you've been crafting for how many years? I mean, years and years, like your entire life.
Yeah.
So for you to join the team, dive into sublimation, you're killing it now. I mean, you spent some time learning some things. What was one thing that was hard for you to really grasp when you got started in sublimation? If there's a friend here today that's like, I love painting, I love woodworking, I love Cricut, but what was hard for you?
Probably just like getting the settings down.
Yeah.
And I am not a numbers person, and a lot of you all, I'm sure, are creative people, so you're not numbers people
Quiz
either.
me on the sublimation times. I will throw you.
Listen, I swear, if you just have a list of those sitting around, you'll do a lot better, which for me, that was my biggest issue, because I get my numbers like across. I cannot. I'm an abstract thinker, so that was my biggest issue. But honestly, once you like learn the settings, learn which items work, and if you're selling, you're probably going to be doing a lot of like repeat items, so you're going to get your settings down like willy-nilly.
Of course.
That was my biggest thing.
That is so good.
Other than that, I loved it, because the products that come out of the sublimation process are so satisfying that I was like willing to overlook.
They're worth it. They're totally worth it.
Oh yeah.
So next up, I was saying at first I was making this full wrap tumbler in the mug press. This would take you a lot of time. Like, I think 24 minutes.
Altogether,
Altogether, about 24 minutes. And that training's good. And if you only have the mug press, that's amazing. But I then took it and got this bad boy over here. If we want to go to this camera, just so you guys can take a look at her. This is a convection oven, and it changed my life. This is very affordable, in my opinion, for what all you can do. You can sublimate 3 tumblers at once in here, and it cuts your time, I think, from 24 minutes to 6.
Oh yeah,
like 3
it's
to 6
like a quarter
minutes.
of the time.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's literally nothing. So that's incredible. So you can notice here, there's a lot of other elements that you can use as heating sources. You can get the convection oven and do the full wrap tumblers. I did a live stream, and I didn't love doing the mugs in the convection oven, but you can do it. Like, don't feel like you have to have all this. This is just like, if we have everything, now we can educate literally anyone that needs help with it. So heat press, easy press, mug press, mini easy press, this would be harder. So Alicia touched on ghosting. If you're ghosting, this would be like number one reason why you would ghost.
Yes.
Because you would have to move it around and like pick it up.
Your time frame isn't matching, so some of it's going to sublimate better in certain areas.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful with that.
Got to be careful with it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you could use it, just be careful. It's harder, but you can rock it. So that's your heating sources. Do you all have any questions revolving around heating sources? Let's make sure. Can you use a regular oven? I don't recommend it because, you know, you're turning a solid into a gas, you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
I just don't want you to do that. So anything like our convection oven is like only for sublimation.
Like, we don't throw our toast in that oven.
No,
for breakfast.
I don't warm up my bagel or nothing in here.
But someone was asking which specific convection oven. I can't remember the brand. Gorma?
Yeah, can we go over here? You can see it's a Gorma. I will tell you, I bought this at Walmart, okay?
Yes.
I bought this at Wally World, and I love, love, love it. It's so fancy. Like, when you close that door, the timer starts.
Yes.
You literally can press the start button, and it just goes.
Yeah.
Like, it just goes off. It does
It's
its
like
own
a French
thing.
door.
Yeah. Here, I'll open it. So you can see, like, look at this. Boom, boom.
Yes.
And then you just close it. And as soon as you close this, you know, and you already put your time in and everything, it would just start. So this thing gets warm too. Like, all of this is a lot of different heat. And I'm trying to see if there's a specific size on here.
Like dimensions wise?
Yeah, it's pretty big. I mean, it's not too big. It's about the size of a Cricut, just a lot taller.
Jen said this is the $69 one from
It
Walmart.
is. Yes. You're correct. Oh, thank you. I bought mine. Yeah, perfect. Valerie got one at the thrift store.
Oh, that's
Could
a good.
we go thrifting for like, everyone, I always see them there.
Yeah.
We could,
I
like-
hadn't even thought about that.
We could leaf blow all the crumbs out.
Stop it.
Oh my goodness.
gosh, that's so funny.
At the book, so I know there's a lot of different questions here about Maker's Gonna Sublimate and everything like that, and all these products. The ebook for Maker's Gonna Sublimate has all of this listed, all the links and everything. I don't know if they're linked here in the description of the video. I'm not sure.
I'm going to get a link for the convection oven for you guys.
Thank you, my friend. But yes, so this right here is so good. So we've talked heat, we've talked printer a little bit. We haven't really talked printer too much because we're still on heat. Can you plug a heat press into a power strip, or should it be in a wall outlet? So Joanne, I'm not a licensed electrician, but I will tell you my favorite thing is a surge protector. I don't know why, but I've had so many friends have homes like burn or anything like that. Surge protectors are really like the best, like the safest, and that's different than electrical strip or different than a extension cord. So I am kind of obsessed with surge protectors.
Yeah, it's
Like,
just
we use
that
a lot
it's
of
not
them.
that it's very expensive, and it just saves
Yeah,
a lot of
it's
issues.
the peace of mind a little bit more,
Yeah.
and it's so good. Guys, you do not have to have this specific oven. You just go get you a convection oven and you have fun with it. Don't feel like you have to have the one we do. Use whichever one you
Exactly.
want. Okay, so different heat press options. Let's talk printer. You guys have seen us use a few different ones. I have a large sublimation printer, and it's awesome. It's an Epson. Epson seems to have really friendly sublimation qualities for us today, which I love. So it's a 13 by 19. It's incredible. It's harder to find that one right now. So what I recommend is what Deborah ordered, and it's an Epson EcoTank. Why I love the Epson EcoTank. Guys, you're go get this printer, and you're go say, all right, I open my printer, it's go give you ink. You're gonna literally sit that ink to the side. You're gonna get your StarCraft ink, any sublimation ink you want. We've used the HIPAA, we've used, all the different ones. I recommend picking one and sticking with it, makes your life easier.
Yeah.
So you literally get this, you'll notice StarCraft ink looks just like the Epson bottles.
Oh yeah.
So they're
it
very
was like
similar.
It was made for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna take this cap off, you're gonna pop it in, you will not believe how easy it is. So I teach you how to convert it all the extra steps involved, everything like that, you guys will have everything you need. It is so good.
Love it.
So yeah, that's the options. There is another option. And Alicia, have you worked with our Starcraft or our Sawgrass?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I have not.
So Sawgrass is like ahead of the game when it comes to the sublimation community. They have been sublimating for who knows how long, but they don't have ink like this. It's like cartridges. So you literally can buy the Sawgrass. And one thing I love about it, and I teach this in the course. So in the course, I teach on lots of different things. I literally will teach you how to build this whole mamma jamma, like in a free software. So I teach you how to use Cricut Design Space with sublimation, but I teach you how to use Inkscape as well to build this, because this is larger than Cricut will allow.
Yes.
This is a big old banner, and we teach you how to use different elements from the 200 files and customize and design something beautiful. And obviously
that file is adorable, first of all, and that's a little sneak peek for you guys.
Yeah, well, this isn't a file. I built this off
did you?
multiple files.
So that's multiple sublimation files plugged into one.
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, and a font. So there's 4 files and a font, and I teach you how to do all the design work, okay?
I love that.
So we teach Canva, we teach Inkscape, we teach Cricut. Y'all, there is not a software like left out in the sublimation journey, which I love with Makers Gonna Sublimate, and it's awesome. So Tamara says, if you change sublimation ink companies, do you need to clean the tanks? Tamara, my secret is I kind of flush it out with a designer too until it's reloaded with that new ink.
Yeah.
All right? That's kind of the secret.
So that's why you want to pick one and marry it and like stick with it as much as you can, so it makes your life a little bit easier.
Now, one thing I want to talk about is I don't know if I made this project with it. This is a project I also made Makers Gonna Sublimate. It's just teaching, some basic principles. But with the Sawgrass printer, you have the same ink cartridges that you would just replace, snap them in, they're amazing. But you get special software when you say yes to the Sawgrass printer. So it's an investment, but you're gonna get some good like software support. And again, I teach that in the course that will help you make an educated decision. Do I want to go for Sawgrass? Do I want to go for an EcoTank? Do I want to go with a bigger Epson? Whatever that may be, there's lots of things there. And so many options. I mean, there's so many. Sublimation is a lot, and that's why we want to have this week. And
I feel like
I have barely even got started with all the things you need.
I know. And I feel like it's something like once you do it once and you love it and you're hooked on it, you're going to be doing it a lot. So it is like an investment. But it's something, this is a very like profitable craft, I would say.
It is very
similar
profitable.
to like sign making. I feel like sign making is a huge crafting thing, and sublimation has a huge market.
Yeah.
So I feel
it's huge.
Yeah.
So someone said, what's the difference in like a cut file and a sublimation file? There's not one, but our designs, when you say yes to Makers Gonna Sublimate, you are going to have something that is so good. That's already ready to sublimate.
Yes.
So some designs need a little, developing to be able to do all of the capabilities of sublimation. So like this one, notice like this is a file and then this is like a background, and you could never, Cricut that unless you do print and cut. So we just made these that are specific for sublimation so you can enjoy.
There's even the tumbler files with pluggable pictures.
Yeah.
You can
so like
plug
this right
in
here,
photos.
This is a file you're going to be able to get and, really build out and create yourself.
Yeah.
So like different patterns and just a lot of fun in there. So it's really great when you get started. So
love that.
Printer, we've talked heat. Let's talk about paper. So I actually want to talk about these two together. Here's your sublimation paper. We highly recommend A-Sub. We love A-Sub.
Yes. That's all we use.
That's all we use.
That's all we use right now. We love A-Sub
just
paper.
use A-Sub.
Yeah, don't fix it if it ain't broken. It works
It's
great.
so good.
Yeah.
I have no complaints about A-Sub, so use A-Sub, okay? Next, your ink. So all ink is not made the same. I love the StarCraft ink. There are other ones that don't have the easy little bottles like StarCraft has, and that's what we used to use. And we still have some, but you get the little needles out, and you get like, you have to inject it. Do you feel like you're nursing again?
I literally said that. Last time I filled up the sublimation ink, I was like, wow, I'm having flashbacks to nursing.
Yeah.
I was like, it's like drawing up medication, and you have to put it into the thing.
Yeah, put it in the IV.
Yeah.
If you guys didn't know, for context, Alicia is a previous registered nurse.
Yeah, I'm still technically a nurse. I just don't practice nursing.
You practice crafting.
But I practice crafting now, and I inject sublimation ink into printers instead.
I think it's the same thing. I mean, lots of skills. So, sublimation paper. Pick an ink that you love. I'm just saying, we've not had any issues with StarCraft. We love 143. You're probably shopping there already. I love it.
143 is my fave.
Oh, the Hippo has switched over to the Easy bottle. So yeah, everybody just follows the trends. It's whatever the customers want. You know, someone mentioned Epson has the sublimation ready printer now. I love that.
That's awesome.
They were pretty fast on it, I think. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah.
So we love that. So A-Sub 120 versus 125. So this one is A-Sub 125, and I want to say like the 125 is just a little bit thicker. And I think
there should be some in there.
There's a few different ones. Yeah. So this one, as you can see, A-Sub 125. Look at how big they offer. Like, you can get a Mama Jama. This is the 13x19 printer, just for size reference.
Yes.
It's a big one.
We're going to show you how to use that big paper this week, later this week too.
Oh my gosh, it's incredible. You guys are going to have the best fun with us this week.
Yeah.
So here's your 3 different sizes that we offer of A-Sub paper here if you ever show up at our studio. So we love it.
We keep it on deck.
Yeah, so I use the 125. It's just the 125 like gram. So it's just a little bit thicker, and I think it's just, I don't want to say it's better.
It just feels more substantial.
Yeah.
For me, at least.
The ink is go through it better. I don't know. Like,
it's kind of personal preference in some aspects.
Yeah, totally. Jump in with both feet. That's what I did. This team is awesome. You were so sweet. Aw, thank you. You all are so sweet. Which do you recommend I get? Sublimation printer or an easy press? So Carrie, if you don't have a good heat source, you need a heat source to do your sublimation with. But if you already have some type of heat source, then sublimation
you need
printer.
a good heat source. Emphasis on, you need a proper heat source in order to sublimate.
Yes, and if you're just tuning in, my recommendation, whatever your largest heating source is how large you can sublimate. So that's my secret. That's how I justify it and things like that. After you have amazing ink, amazing paper, amazing printer, amazing heat source, now comes dun 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 dun. This is what tripped me out the most. Getting into sublimation, I was like, what in the world is this heat resistant tape?
This yellow tape?
This yellow tape. I was like, oh my gosh. So go ahead, buy you 3 rolls. You're gonna need quite a bit at Amazon. I love it. It's awesome. You'll find it in our Amazon store. I believe we have a whole sublimation area. I'll try to make sure that I can find that for you. I believe it's already there.
Oh, look, I can see if we've got
thank you.
it.
See if it's already linked down there at our store. If it's linked, I'm not sure. Shop our favorite products. So if you click shop our favorite products, you'll see
the first one is sublimation. 23 items.
We have 23 different items over there for you, my friend. I love it. So can you press one side and then the other? Short answer, yes. Long answer, it might not turn out as great as you would expect.
Be very careful.
The way I look at it, my friends, is I recommend following the policy of I'm only going to sublimate the size I can, and then I'm going to work my way up.
Yeah.
I'm going to then test the waters and do crazy stuff. Because I teach you guys how to do it, and you're going to rock it. but it just takes some time. I just joined the Sublimation course. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're so excited.
Yay.
You guys are awesome. Yay, I love it. Yes, you all are not alone. No, not at all, Barb. I love it.
Listen, if y'all are looking for the clear heat tape, just go in our description and it's under our favorite, shop our favorite products. It's like one of the first supply links. Just click it. All of the sublimation stuff we've recommended is in there. And if it's not in there, if you get on 143 Vinyl's website.
Oh, we love it, yeah.
I think the sublimation ink is not linked in the Amazon store, but it is on 143
It's on
Vinyl.
143, yes.
It's the Starcraft sublimation ink, and it's really, really good. Highly recommend. So.
And Tammy, you have all this week to say yes to Maker's Gonna Sublimate. So you have no big rush, but you can, as soon as you join, you get instant access. So you can start learning right away.
Yes.
But after you have your heat resistant tape, it's just an essential for taping things down for no ghosting. You're going to need, this also threw me for a loop, a lint roller.
Yes.
So this cleans your material. Like, here's a koozie. Before you actually press, you would literally just make sure any lint is removed.
Yes.
And Alicia, why would we lint roll? Like, are we just crazy?
Well, when I first started, I was like, why are you guys lint rolling a pencil pouch?
Literally, you're like, who has the problem here? And no, the answer is, if any of your projects are linty, guess what you're gonna get? When you peel up that sublimation, your lint is going to eventually move and fall off. Your design's not good.
Yeah.
You don't want a bad design.
Yeah.
So,
Someone is saying having issues with the yellow heat tape, and I've seen people talk about it staining. If you wash it, it goes away.
That's incredible.
I
haven't personally had that
I
experience.
haven't either, which is weird, but I think it just depends on what heat pressure you're
Yeah.
using,
You
what
might
brand
be-
of tape.
It might be too much heat. If you're having issues,
it could be, yeah.
What temperature are you using? Like, let
Yeah.
me know. If you love Cricut heat tape, I haven't used it since they first came out with heat tape. So maybe I'll try it again.
What color is it? Is it yellow? I'm curious.
They have a clear one, I
Oh, do
believe.
they?
I believe so.
Okay,
Correct me if
okay.
I'm wrong. I believe it's clear.
Okay, cool.
I believe.
Well, that's good
or
to know.
blue. I feel like it's maybe both.
Tell us, someone
Let
tell
us
us what
know.
color it is.
Okay, so you have your heat source, you have your lint roller, you have your tape. Next up, y'all, this is the magic glove you didn't even know you needed. A lot of you probably already have this because this is incredible. So if you're going to sublimate literally anything, like mugs, I would even use it like over here on occasion.
Yeah, it gets toasty.
Yeah, especially if you're using this bad boy over here. If you're using the convection oven, you must use a heat glove. Like this is incredible. You might have one of these for your grill. Some people use these to grill with, and that's what they might promote. Okay,
Marisol's asking what ghosting is. Do you want me to explain?
Sure.
So whenever you are sublimating, you like apply your photo on the A-stub paper. You're going to tape it. If you apply heat and you don't apply enough pressure, you're going to have like a little fuzzy, looks like a little ghosty edge. It's like a little fuzzy edge around your design. So to eliminate that, we have different ways. You know, we like run our fingernail up the side of a tumbler, and there's different ways to prevent ghosting. So hopefully that helps answer your question.
It's pretty incredible. The glove's incredible. And then let's talk about, this is our last major supply. So we went really slow.
Yeah.
We've tried to tackle everything under the sun that you might need. So here is the last major supply if you want to sublimate today. All right, if you want to sublimate today. This is called butcher's paper. Have you ever heard of it? I had not realized how amazing butcher's paper is.
We use butcher's paper in this craft studio every day. I would bet we use it every day.
Well, also, I never thought about it until I had children. This is very affordable. I could let them draw on this. Like, this is good. So what I do, and this is literally how I do it, like I just get a sheet, rip it. If I'm sublimating a lot, I just rip like 20 of these and I just sublimate.
And just have them ready to go.
Yeah. So over here at your heat press, whatever your heat source is, we have a built-in pressing pad here because it came with our heat press. If you don't have one, if you're using an easy press, you could use a heat press, an easy press mat or you can get a pressing pad. The pressing pad's pretty legit, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So the pressing pad's legit, but I have to give you a fair warning. If you do not put your butcher's paper, you sandwich it. So it's just like building your burger. You got your bottom of your bun here, okay? Then you would grab whatever you're gonna sublimate. You've lint rolled it, you've taped your design on here, you're popping it in. Then you also have to make sure you put another piece of heat or butcher's paper on top. Now this sounds crazy. You may look at me and say, Tanner, why? First of all, this is very affordable, so don't freak out. Then you're gonna put this on top. Boom. You're gonna have your heat settings figure out. I offer you guys an amazing heat chart that you can get when you're a course member. So that's already a value for
Which
you.
is so
It's
handy.
a little sheet, and you can print it off, and
Yeah.
it's literally like you could tape it to the side of your table
And
or
have it forever.
Yeah, have it right there.
Yeah.
Your thing's heated up. You go like this. You let it do its work. A minute later, 30 seconds later, you come back, okay? You obviously are gonna let it cool after you release.
The butcher paper is not sticky on one side. It's just like, it's like,
It's just,
I don't know.
it's like
a thicker paper.
Yeah, it's thicker paper. Here's the deal. You cannot reuse your butcher's paper.
Yeah.
Do not reuse it. After you've imaginary sublimated, these two sheets are trash.
Yeah.
Do not use that, okay? Do not use that. Linda says, I've reused butcher's paper more than once and have no issues. Linda, you've had no issues until you have issues. I'm the first person to say, I've had
Yeah.
issues, my friend,
Yeah.
and it ruins your project. So that's why, like
it may or may not ruin your project.
you have to remember, we're teaching at scale here. So
Yeah.
like, I could have somebody, why this is important, just for clarity. If my design, let me bring in my little, if I printed a design that like went over my product, that excess would go down to that bottom sheet. Okay, so then that bottom sheet, if I said you could reuse it, you'd be like, Tanner said I could reuse it. So I'm just gonna reuse it. It would get back onto your next project.
Yes.
So that's why
Yep.
when I teach, just like I say, only use the heating source you have. Some of you may say, Tanner, I've watched you use this and do bigger than that projects. It's possible, my friends. But this week we're focused on beginners. We're focused on getting you guys started with the best in mind, like your end in mind. And I don't want any of you to have any craft fails.
Linda
okay?
says she'll trust you.
Oh, no, Linda, listen, let me just tell you, keep doing it because I want you to save butcher's paper. I thought I was being nifty and crafty by saving butcher's paper until I ruined a project. And
Yeah.
I lost $20 and like that stung.
I know.
It's expensive sometimes. So
Bob was saying they have a waxy substance on one side, and I bet you've got parchment paper.
I bet so.
And I get them confused all the time.
Me too.
Parchment paper is like wax on one and butcher on the other. Butcher
Yeah.
paper is just like, it's
Yeah.
hard on, not hard, but like, yeah, it's not
It's
waxy
different.
at all. There's no texture, like there's no
Yes,
wax
yes,
or
yes,
anything
yes.
like that. So.
Oh, we have Barbara who says, I learned it the hard way. See, me and Barbara, we have done that. So, Marisol, is the training classes live or can I see them when I'm doing homework? These videos, we've had hundreds of people take the sublimation class and have beautiful success. So, today, you can sign up for the course. $70 off. You're going to get instant access. Those are pre-recorded trainings with me, Tanner. You're going to rock it, and you're going to have a lot of fun. So I would love for you all to sign up because I'll walk you through all the scenarios that you need help with. That
Listen
also
to-
sounded like freezer paper.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because it's sticky on one side. Yes.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
Lindsay says this, and I love this.
Hey, Lindsay.
Learn the rules like a pro first so you can break them like an artist later. I'm putting it on a t-shirt. That is so
incredible.
good. I love that.
That is incredible. You guys are fantastic. And Linda, you are so sweet. Thank you so much. I just have to pick fun at you sometimes. Jade, can you use thicker craft paper or even the underlayment paper? You could try to find workarounds, but the butcher's paper is also heat resistant. Like you're not gonna have any I just stick with the butcher's paper.
It's tried and true, okay?
Yeah, it's tried and true.
Yeah.
It's the place to be, and it's awesome. So what you're going to do after that is you want to find really good blanks. Now we teach you what to look for in blanks in the course. So definitely check that out if you're a course member. But what I want to tell you guys about looking for, things. We talked about it early in the show. At least, at minimum, 40%, but we prefer 65% poly for shirts. This is 100% polyester shirt. And this would be lit.
It feels like the dry fit material almost.
Yeah, but they're not dry fitting shirts.
No.
But they feel like them.
It feels very soft.
Yes.
They're very soft.
They so are. And then this is a onesie. This is a 100% polyester onesie. And let me tell you, I feel so safe letting my baby wear one of these.
They're so soft.
Because there's no anything that could come off of it. Nothing could get in their mouth. My babies are trying to scratch themselves or scratch me or their shirt all the time. So I would feel really safe letting them to nap in this or anything like that. That's super fun.
It doesn't bleed or anything. Once it's on there, you don't have to worry about it going off in the washer.
Yes,
you don't have to worry about that.
Exactly. The mugs are so high quality. I would never make a Cricut mug again. It's only sublimation for me. Because they look so good. They're such great color. You can dishwasher safe these. Also so good. So just look for blanks. Make sure you're looking for good reviews. If they don't have good reviews, I would not order from them yet. Where can I find polyester shirts? Carrie, you could find them today at Walmart.
Yes.
Walmart, Amazon, Hobby Lobby, Jiffy Shirts. You'll be surprised at all the places you can find them, my friend.
And I do want to say, don't assume because something's white that you can sublimate on it. Not a white mug can always be sublimated on.
No, it has to be a sublimation,
Specific.
coated.
Yeah.
It has to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
So yes.
They have coating for it. I've heard mixed reviews on that though. So
read the reviews. We read reviews. Make sure you're reading their sublimation already. There's so many. I have a big tote right here. I just wanted to show you guys this. This is our tote of amazing sublimation blanks. There's so many.
Oh my gosh.
You'll find so, I know.
You'll be very surprised at the things you can sublimate or that you didn't think to sublimate.
There's
it's crazy.
so many. This is a, what is this one? What is
pop socket.
The pop socket. You've got the pop socket.
I love it.
You've got puzzles. You've got tumblers. You got mugs. You got t-shirts. You got onesies. Keychains.
Earrings.
You've got the little koozies. The ones that go in your car holder. You know what I'm talking about?
Is it the ones for the slim can?
No, it's the little things. The coasters for your car.
Yeah. I love those.
This is 50. So I bought, we were able to get 50 sublimation car coaster blanks for probably such a great deal. You could put photos on there. You could sell them as a set of 5, a set of 10, so much good stuff.
And they're such good gifts. Sublimated projects are great gifts for people.
Yes. So what we're saying is there's so many you can test out. There's hats. I mean, y'all, the possibilities are endless.
Yes.
And it's awesome. The sublimation. Let's go ahead. I'm so excited to talk about today's project. This is so fun. Let's go overhead and I just want to show them, Lauren. I mean, look.
So cute.
Adorable. So this could be a full set. You could do individual. I would love to do a set for just one person with different pictures of their kids, their grandkids, anything like that. And we're going to design one of these today. And it's so simple. I could probably break this down into 1, 2, 3, about 4 steps is all the design work required for today's project. Now, there are some people here that are brand new to sublimation. If you're brand new to sublimation, oh my gosh, here's the thing. I promise you, sublimation is not hard, and there's a lot of stuff to pick up. So here is what I want to let you guys know. When it comes to sublimation, you want to make sure that you understand the value here. One of the biggest values of being able to sublimate is that you get your printer, you get the ink in the printer, and then you get to print whatever you want. So whereas our Cricut crafter, we have to have all the different colors of vinyl, all the different paper, all the different heat transfer vinyl, all the different glitter, all of that, okay? This, if you look at the table, Lauren, it's not overwhelming whatsoever.
No, there are very minimal supplies when it comes to sublimation. It's pretty much gonna be your printer, your blank, and your heat source.
Yeah,
for the most part. There are other little things that you will need, but for the most part, those are gonna be your biggest supplies.
Yeah, I wanted to add the tape. We have heat resistant tape today. We have the actual blank, which is just a sublimation ready blank. You must have sublimation. You must have a printer.
Yes.
And you must have a heating source. Today we do have a pressing pad, which we'll talk through.
Butcher's paper.
Butcher's paper is also really good to have. We have some of that down here. I'll grab that. This is what butcher's paper looks like. People ask me all the time, Tanner, could I use parchment paper? Could I use anything else? No, butcher's paper is the #1 thing to use. We will talk about that. So this is about everything you need, guys. It's not a lot of stuff, but when it comes to sublimation, you need a printer that is good, okay? That is why we're giving away a SureColor Epson printer today. This is a ready-to-go sublimation printer. Most printers on the market, you buy a printer, then you have to go buy the ink, and it's separate. I love this one because it's perfect for a beginner. It's perfect for someone that wants to sublimate, and especially anything that's smaller like this is a perfect project. The reason people get oversized printers, like larger printers than this size right here, they're doing a lot of sweatshirts. They're doing a lot of t-shirts. They're doing a lot of full prints, okay? This right here has amazing ready-to-go colors, amazing ready-to-go ink, and it's super, super good.
But let's talk about how you can still create some really good t-shirt designs using this size printer.
1,000%.
Using 8.5 by 14
I mean, this
paper.
could be almost any.
I mean, you don't want anything.
Sheet,
you don't want anything over 14 inches on the chest of a shirt anyway.
Right. So look right here. I just wanted to grab this sheet. So this is how large you can print. I mean, I'm wearing a men's medium t-shirt, so like this could be really good. I mean, if we look back here, like this, even on a back of a shirt would be really good. So again, if you're someone that's like, I'll always have to have the best of the best, I'm gonna have FOMO if I don't have it, I would recommend just going to a larger printer right out of the gate. There's no sense in you buying a small printer just in a few months be like, oh, I want a larger one, okay? Now, here's what I'm gonna tell you. If you're considering MGL Plus today, I want you to enjoy this free class, and if at any point you're like, man, I wish they could teach me everything, I'm just gonna go over here and go ahead and show you one of the courses you get completely free when you join MGL Plus. So MGL Plus, you're getting all of my courses, over a decade of me and the entire Makers Gonna Learn team. We have been working so hard for you, and we wanted to kind of make one investment possible where you get everything. So as long as you're a member, an active member, you will get access to these programs, okay? So you can learn how to sublimate the easy way included in the program. Right here, we go through all the different courses or lessons in this one course. Information, why sublimation, the best heating source, the best equipment, how to convert a printer, how to convert this printer, how to download print drivers, color profiles, all about the Epson SureColor, all about the Sawgrass. If any of these things sound new to you, I think it's a reason why you may need a sublimation course. I promise if you invest in MGL Plus to unlock this course, it will be worth the investment based on how much you save. Promise. You get a ton of training. We walk you through the entire process. You get the book. We've added over 600 sublimation ready files, and it's so good. It's so fun, and it really spells out everything you need, like Jenna said. So love it. If it's a foreign language, I just encourage you guys, today you're gonna learn a lot, but I want you to have that firm foundation. So that's just something to consider, okay? Now, let's go over to your supply list today. Let's head down to day 3. I do have an announcement. If you have not downloaded the cut file folder, I recommend you re-download it for tomorrow's project, okay? So if you're wanting to get the files, just come back over here, re-download the file for the folder, and you can click here and just re-download it, okay? We have updated a lot of things, and it is super, super, super good. So, love it, love it, love it. Just make sure you're updated with that zip file. We're gonna use that a few times here. It's super fun. So let's scroll on down to day 3. Here is our project, and it's adorable, amazing photos, so good. And then if we scroll down, you can see we're using the Sweetgrass font, and we're using this floral file, okay? So notice we're using 2 Makers Can Learn cut files, Sublimation ready. Sublimation ready, super, super good. Love it, love it, love it. So when it comes to your supplies, you can see our sublimation coasters. You can see heat-resistant tape. We even gave you a link to a tape dispenser, the Epson printer, the Epson SureColor, sublimation paper, a few different options for printers, butcher's paper, Teflon. We just put a lot of the few things that we're using here on the table.
Let's talk about, because we've had a lot of people say stuff about converted printers in the comments. Let's talk about the fact that you don't have to purchase a sublimation ready printer. You can convert your own printer, and if you want to do that, that is a cheaper route, but it does take, you do have to, there is a process behind it, and that's where the sublimation course, getting that sublimation course or getting access to that sublimation course, whether it's through MGL Plus or purchasing the course, your best bet is going to be through MGL Plus, but getting access to that course is really going to help you get set up and get set up for success, even if you haven't started sublimating yet.
1000%. That's why we just want to make sure that you're aware that there's no way, shape, or form that this class is enough for you if you are a beginner. So if you're like, already sublimate, let's go. I just wanted to address that for everyone here. We love, love, love sublimation, and we're continuing to update it. So anywho, let's go over here to Design Space. You may say, Tanner, what in the world are you designing in Design Space for a sublimation project? Well, my friend, you could use Canva. You could use Cricut Design Space, or really any design platform you want. I love to teach from this one right here because all of my friends on YouTube know this platform. Okay, so step 1, we are going to measure our coaster. So let's just measure it. And when you measure your coaster, it is a little less than 4, so 3 3/4 by, I'm assuming, 3 3/4. Okay, beautiful. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to add a shape, and we're going to add the little curved edges from the free area of Cricut. We're gonna go here, and we're gonna size it a little bit bigger than 3 3/4. So I'm gonna do 3. Let's just go ahead and do 4. And the reason why is we purposely want to create some edges, okay? So we want to kind of remember that we can have a little bit excess. So this is, it's the same size. So 4 inches, it gives us room for error. Now, how do I get Design Space to open without an account? Julie, you can create a Design Space account completely free. Do not feel like you have to have a Cricut to use Design Space. That's just not true. I love recommending people to get an account even before they consider using it. So before they even buy a machine. Okay, so now we're just gonna pick our background color. You can go through this advanced area and add your own colors. You can play around with this, test out different colors. You can see like what color you want, anything like that. Love that one, so we're going to stick with it. Next, what we're going to do is we are going to add our background, all right? Notice that we have a background image here. All this is one of our files, and we duplicated it, okay? I'm going to kind of share with you how to get there. Once you're a member of Makers Gonna Learn, you will be able to come to any project, any video on our YouTube channel and make it. So you would just click the link in that description, pick out that floral file right here, and it would pop over. If you're new and you are just here for fun, for free this week, that's fine. You've got it in your file folder. So feel free to just get it from that zip folder. I'm just showing how it will be on a normal day after you join. So you'll open that floral egg and we have it. So let's go over here and we're just gonna go to upload. And we are going to click upload image. We are going to drag and drop the SVG. Press continue. Our files are always good to go. So you can just upload.
So let's talk about really quickly while you're resizing that, why Tanner chose an SVG versus the PNG version.
Ooh, I'm glad you mentioned this because I questioned, because it is going to be a print and cut, but here's the thing, I know that I want to like play around with this and change the color.
Yes, so if you have an option for an SVG or a PNG, I always, even if I am sublimating, you all, if you've been around the Cricut world, you know that with an SVG, that is for cutting, a PNG is for printing. So when we are creating a print and cut, 9 times out of 10, we would go for a PNG.
Yeah.
However, if you have the option to choose an SVG, I always like to choose an SVG because I can go in there and customize the colors.
Yeah, exactly. So I just went ahead and sized it. I'm gonna rotate this like maybe 30, excuse me, I wanna rotate this maybe, no, maybe I need to go negative 30. Negative 30? Beautiful. So I just wanna kinda like have it curved a little bit. You see what I'm doing here? I wanna have one here. I'm gonna size it up a little. Beautiful. I'm going to change that color. So I'm gonna go here, and same thing as we did in our background. I may start with our background, and then I'm just gonna go darker. Now, you might be like, Tanner, why does it look so good on the middle, like example, but it looks like it's not as good here? It's because it still thinks it's a cut. So let's just go ahead and tell it to print and cut. Boom. Did you guys see that? Let's do that again. I'm gonna zoom in. So if we go undo, this is what it looks like when it is a cut. Look what happens. You go from Operation Basic Cut to Operation Print and Cut. I'm gonna leave it right here just so you can see this change. If you're trying to multitask, come back to me, because when you're designing for sublimation, this is very important, okay? So let's click Print and Cut. Boom, now it's beautiful, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy, duplicate. I got a second one. I'm going to go from rotate 330 to 90 and have that right about here. Beautiful. I like working a little zoomed out so I can see what's happening. But notice how just rotating the image, rotating the design around a little bit will allow you to kind of have a new feel, new look. Super, super fun. Now, I am not going to go ahead and combine slice this yet. Here is what I end up liking to do. I like to upload my image, make sure that I like the positioning of the image before doing any of that, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get that photo from your phone onto your device. If your phone has AirDrop, you can do what I'm doing, and it's gonna be super, super fun. If you're like, Tanner, I don't have this technology, I don't have an iPhone, I love to recommend email yourself the picture.
Yes.
Email yourself the picture, download it on your device, super simple. We're going to open up our photo, and we're just going to go find a picture that we want, which I had one. Whoops. I had one that I wanted. Where's my favorites? Okay, first of all, my little boy has started using his tower at his Grammy's house. Like, can we just give him a shout out? Like, he can't even walk, but he climbed up there himself. Anyway, go Colton. I'm gonna find a picture of all 3 of my little boys, and we can decide, do we want, just because I have both, I could do the vertical or the horizontal photo of all 3 of them. I'm trying to think what would be best. I may do the vertical photo and not the horizontal. I kind of like that since it's a square, having a more squared photo, but also this guy in the background is just not my vibe. So
Well, you can edit that out.
I know, but we're keeping it super simple today. So we'll just work with this one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here. it will pop up all these people you could text it to, or AirDrop. So if you go to AirDrop, you'll see that I could send it to Courtney, because she's here in the office. I could send it to my device, which is my Mac Mini, which is what we need to get it on. So I'm just gonna click Mac Mini. Okay, and then you'll hear things happening. I could send it over to Alicia. Alicia needs that picture too. I'll send it to her too. So then look, oh my gosh, pop back over to my computer. Look what just happened. Here it is. It popped up in my downloads. That easy. I did not open this. It just popped up, okay? Also sent this little picture over. Look at Brayden. Look at him on his little, oh my gosh.
That one would be so good on that though.
So cute. Yeah, this one really does match the vibe of the colors.
It
oh my
does.
gosh. I took this on a film camera. It's so cute. Yeah, so we could do this one. Look at that. Look at this. They've been working on this church for 150 years. Crazy. Okay, we'll play with this one. Okay, so let's go over here. We're gonna go to upload, and then we're gonna go upload image. Love it. Why do you like Macs over PCs? They're so much better. I love them. Once you get a Mac, you'll never go back. They're so great for designing.
I will say, as an avid PC user before working here, I had only ever owned and or used a PC.
Yeah.
I can say with confidence, after going from a PC to a Mac and you truly learn how to use a Mac, was it hard at first? Yes.
Yeah.
It was different. But once I have truly learned how to use a Mac, it is insane the difference. And so much
the technology.
It's the designer. It's I really think it's made for designers.
Yeah. If you're the only, there's a few people that I cannot win the debate over, and it's almost anyone that works in like Excel, and like there's a few things that like bookkeepers and accountants love about PCs. If you're not fitting that category, there's very few things that Mac wouldn't be better for. I believe that you invest more into a Mac in the upfront, but it will last you so much longer.
I had one computer, one PC that only lasted me like a year and a half.
Yeah, so depending on what you get,
it was a Dell, like a nice one.
Yeah, here's the thing. You get what you pay for. When it comes to Mac, I love their MacBook Air line. You don't have to even spend a lot to get a ton.
That's what I've got.
Yeah, Lauren has a MacBook Air.
I have a MacBook Air.
It's been working great since the whole time she's worked here.
Teeny tiny.
I personally have a MacBook Pro only because about 5 times a year I edit a video. Like when someone from my team isn't available and I edit it myself, that's the only reason. So other than that, I would carry around a MacBook Air all the time. The blue one, if you have not checked out the blue MacBook Air lately, I'm obsessed.
Is it time for me to get it?
Maybe. I love that blue. I love the blue. It's so good. Okay, you'll just follow the questions saying yes, yes for your photo. All right? So now you'll press continue for that flat graphic, and then we'll click upload. And it is a very large quality image. So fun, so fun. So yeah, MacBook Airs are amazing. The batteries are great. There's so many great things about it. What's the difference between an Air and a Pro? That's such a great question. The Pro has better processing power. So you'll just get more processing power, more things like that. But if you are just running applications like Canva, applications like Cricut, applications like Google Documents, things like that, you're totally fine. Oh, look at little Brayden. Would you look at him? Look at him. Okay, this is adorable. This is adorable. Okay, I may go a different route when it comes to the font. I'm thinking we may need like a little white to pop his name out right here.
I don't know that I wouldn't put it up there at the top of the church.
That would be fun. That would be fun. So yeah, you can play around with that. We're using a really fun font today. This font is, I just had it in my head.
It looks like
I just got a blue MacBook Air. Carrie, congratulations.
For some reason, it's reminding me of Celine.
Ooh, it is Sweetgrass, which I think is a newer font.
Yeah.
There's so many fonts. If you guys didn't know, when you join Makers Gonna Learn, you get over 1,000 to play with, which is so, so fun. Listen, if your computer works great, don't feel like I'm trying to sell you a Mac. I'm not. If you love your computer, this is for people that don't feel like they're in love with their computer. We love being able to top out like Raiden, for example, and then seeing the preview over here. So you can see this one, Brookline, Hector, Soho. Oh my gosh, Soho's adorable. Collins, Hooks, Flector. Oh my gosh, all these good ones. But Stella Rosa. Ooh,
Love it.
Yes, love it, love it, love it. Kathy, go ahead and email hi@makersgonnalearn.com. Ooh, Shay. Okay, why didn't nobody tell me about Shay?
Shay's a good
Hey,
one.
Shay. Love that. So fun. So anyway, yeah, you can play around. There's so many good ones.
Zephyr
guys.
is one of my new favorites.
This one?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, adorable. That one's fun. All these are fun. So good. So, so good. Okay, so let's pop back over. One thing that we're loving about Makers Gonna Learn fonts lately is you can go to System Fonts. And if you just search, if you've been downloading any of the newest fonts, you'll notice that we've added MGL to a lot of our fonts. So you can see, I'm gonna use this one. Look at this, look at this. Okay, this one's how'd you pronounce
Zephyr.
that? Zephyr. Love it. We do all lowercase.
I love all lowercase.
I know. Okay, Lauren, what color should we do so we don't feel like we have to add an offset? I'm not against an offset here. I'm trying to see what would make sense. I kind of love this corner though. It's just so dark down here. And I love the picture being a little bigger. Should we do a little white offset? What do you think?
I can't really see. Change
It's
it
just
to.
harder to, yeah, let me
Change
zoom
it
in.
to. Yeah, zoom it in.
It's just hard to read the BR. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think? Let's see what it looks like with a white offset.
Okay.
I'm not against.
I would
an
do.
offset.
I don't know that I wouldn't do the same color as your background offset.
Yeah.
That way
yeah.
that
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I would probably end up doing. I keep saying white offset. I just mean a offset. Yes. Okay. So let's go ahead and add an offset. Nothing crazy. This is crazy. We just need us a little something. We need us something a little smaller than that.
I think that one will be good.
Okay, let's click apply. This is a 0.049. And then the dark black, we're going to change it to...
That's not... That one is it.
Is that too much? Let's zoom out. We're at...
Well, it's going to look different.
Oh,
First of all, change the color of the name to black instead of gray.
Yes, love that.
Because it populates in as gray. So change it to black and that's going to make it pop more.
And that
and
offset
then
needs
when
to
you
be uprightly down. Okay, Brayden. It's cute.
Yeah.
Okay, now, last but not least, two last steps. Love it, love it, love it. All we're gonna do is we're gonna pick our shape here, our background. We're gonna click slice. Beautiful. Pull that off. Delete. We're going to send this layer to the back. Arrange, send to back. And we're gonna rinse and repeat for this one. So we select here. You can only slice 2 layers at a time. Think of it as a cookie slice. So you'll press slice. When you slice it, it freaks out. You're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? No worries. Just go to your furthest back layer and go to arrange, send to back. For anyone that would like to screenshot this, I'll leave it open just for another second. So good, love it, love it, love it. And boom. And one thing we wanna do is put these little, we can just move the photo to the front. Bring forward. But now we want to bring our little offset. Oh no. Ta-da, okay, I fixed it. And then I want to bring this layer behind the photo. Where's my photo at? Here's my photo.
I can't even see from here.
No, it's okay. I'm like playing around here. So look, the layers panel, I don't know if you guys ever have done this. I have not. I've never taught this way. Wait, was this an extra layer?
So when you sliced, you sliced the main back.
There we go.
Yeah.
And delete that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then this one probably has an extra layer too. Oh, look at this. I'm messing this. Yeah. Okay, we're hiding some of these. Let me undo. Okay. Beautiful. Then I'm going to take this photo and I'm going to move it. I'm moving this up. No. I've really tripped myself up here, y'all.
Do you want me to come over there and help? Because I can't see from here.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I just got my layers a little warped up. I'm going to not send to the back. I'm going to send backwards, which means it's going behind one. There we go. And then I'm going to do this same thing with here. Not send to the back,
just send backwards.
And then this layer is not needed. By layer. No, I needed that layer. Oops. And then I need to find this layer. There we go. And this layer needs to go backwards. Sometimes when you slice, you have a few extras. Here's why I didn't do this sooner, was because I really wanted this to be, oh my gosh, I messed this up again. I wanted to make sure I loved the positioning. Send backwards. Send backwards. I've selected the wrong layer. Arrange, send backwards. Why is this not moving? Carla, I've really messed up my layers, and this is my apologies.
Well, okay, so what happened is when you sliced, it turned it back into a basic cut, which I think is what's getting you confused with your layers.
Love it. And then I'm going to bring my text box.
And honestly, I don't know. I kind of think I love...
It's not bad either.
I think I love
really
the one in the
bad.
top right corner in front of the picture and the one at the bottom left behind the picture.
Yeah, it's really not bad. But look, if you want it, now that I have looked at it a lot more than I ever thought I would, I don't mind this one, like you were saying, being a top layer. So look, if you want to take this layer, what I was going to explain to you guys is that the layers panel, the lower down a layer is, it goes in that order. So look what happens. If I bring it above the photo, boom. But if you don't like that, you can simply go like, boom. Notice how easy that is. Normally here at Makers Learn, we don't teach that way. We don't teach layers panel in that way. I normally don't use it. But what I like to do sometimes, very few times, I'm going to use the layers panel in this way, where it's like, oh, I can move things around. And I think this is a great project to have it. Now, I'm in love with it. I'm not messing with it. Pray about it. Talk to somebody else about it. I'm in love, okay? We're going to select all of this, okay? We're going to click Flatten. Flatten merges selected layers into a single layer, turning it into a printable image for print and cut, or what Cricut doesn't know is we're just going to use it for sublimation. Woohoo! So we're going to select this right here, and we're going to click Flatten. Beautiful.
So cute.
We made the little braiding coaster, the little Barcelona braiding coaster. I'm in love with it, guys. Do this for all your people. Yeah, it's such a fun thing to learn, and we normally never teach it, so super good. I'm going to hide these layers because we may want these later. We're not using them for today's project. And then bada bing, bada boom. Love it, love it, love it. Kathy, does Tanner have another program he offers besides Makers Gonna Learn? Yes, oh my gosh. Okay, if any of you are here and you're like, Tanner, I wanna work on growing an Etsy shop with you and your team, check out Passive Earners Society, apply. We would love to talk to you and see if you're a good fit. Yay, it's so good. Okay, now, once you're ready, let's click Make It. Here it is. It's print and cut ready, y'all. Print and cut ready. If you want, you could go ahead and see if you can fit 2 on a sheet. Boom, 2 on a sheet, y'all.
So now you get one and Courtney gets one.
Yeah, we all can have one. So we'll press continue. We're going to send to printer. Don't worry about the Cricut. Make sure you have that new shirt color because one of you is taking home the shirt color. And on here, the shirt color is SC.
Yes.
Love it, love it, love it. Kathy Hall, if you are having specific customer service help, we have no idea about your account. But the best place to get that support is hi@makersgonnalearn.com. Now, for bleed, turn bleed on. Turn that on and click use system dialog and click print. I'm not gonna go into all the specifics about sublimation because here's the thing. Depending on the printer you select, depends on your presets, depends on your fill in the blank that you'll want to consider, okay? Under color matching, I will mention, some of you are asking, do I need to mirror? Here's the question. I want you to understand, depending on your printer and your setup, will depend if you need to mirror.
Yes.
Will depend on if you want to use a different color profile.
Yes.
Anything like that.
So there are some printers that are pre-set up for sublimation.
The Sure color.
Epson Sure Color being one of them, the Sawgrass being another. Those printers will automatically mirror your image. Anything that is printed from those printers will be automatically mirrored. You can have a preset that you create, which we go over in the sublimation course.
I love for printers that are not sublimation ready, as in a Sure Color or a Sawgrass. The presets are so fun.
Yeah.
Then you get to here is where I got confused getting my first sublimation printer. Color profiles. Very frustrating, very overwhelming. Understanding what these presets were. My funnest thing to learn was presets. And third, understanding drivers. Because when you get a printer, you just plug it up and it's just like, it's like how I normally would set up a printer is like I turn it on, I go into autopilot and I just click yes, 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 yes. Making sure you have the right printer set up in this scenario requires a little bit more brain power. And I need to do this. I need to turn this on. We're going to heat this on this heat press. I don't care what heat element you have, as long as it's the size of your project.
Yes.
So, and it can get to 380 degrees. Love it, love it, love it. I'm at 310, so I'm going up to 380. Kathy, a great way to check about your account is to sign in. I saw your comment earlier. And you can go to your dashboard. That's a great example. Wait, am I on time? 1 second, sorry y'all. Beautiful. So we're going to 380 degrees.
Now, while he is getting that done, I do want to talk about color profiles real quick because I know that we have a lot of people asking about them. With the Epson Sure Color, there is automatic color profiles built into this printer.
Them.
If you convert a printer, I want to be the one that lets you know it's going to take you a minute to get those color profiles right.
Yes.
But if you have or you get access to our sublimation course, let's say through MGL Plus, I'm telling you, the amount of money and time that I spent, just me alone, not including the time that Tanner and Courtney spent.
We've truly invested thousands of dollars into testing and understanding your presets and things like that. So it'll definitely help you just really master it. So it is super, super fun. And yeah, so I'm just gonna use those Epson color controls because they're great. And it's automatically go mirror that for me.
I would do color sync.
Ooh, we're color syncing.
So the reason that I would do color sync on this one is because color sync means that it syncs to the colors that you have on the screen. The Epson color controls gives you a deeper color, and if you are printing, let's say, beiges or skin tones,
like we're doing,
they tend to be more on the darker, what we like to call in the sublimation world, burnt side of things.
So fun, so fun. Okay, so we're printing 2 out, so it may take a second. If you guys have any questions, let us know. What printer are you guys printing on right now? Mona, this is the Sure Color by Epson. We love it. This is a really, really great printer to get started. We love it, love it, love it. So good, so good. And yeah, okay. When it prints out, you may be like, oh my gosh, it looks nothing like it does on screen. Well, here's the thing. The colors get deeper after they're sublimated. So that's another little fun fact. Look how fast this printed out. Look at this. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a pair of scissors, which are right here, and we're just gonna cut this out. One thing to know, if you're doing like how I did it with Cricut, you don't wanna print out these little print and then cut.
Registration marks.
Registration marks, we don't need those anymore. Because we're sublimating. We have hacked the Cricut, y'all. We're like, you know what? Here's the way I think. If you feel comfortable in design space like I do, if you've been using Cricut as long as me, it's comfortable, it's fun. You can do that. Be careful touching any of this because if I scratch it, that is gonna be a true reflection of my design. Okay? Now, next step. You wanna make sure you clean this, like no fingerprints, no dust, nothing like that. Once you're ready to go, I want you to place your coaster down, focusing in on the word Braden, okay? Focusing in on Braden, all right? Now, I'm gonna cut it based on the Braden. I had Braden pretty far over to an edge. Not the best tip because I purposely made this a little bit bigger so that if any mistakes happen, I won't be able to tell. So once you're good, I'm using heat resistant tape and I'm gonna secure this down. Now again, make sure you preheated your piece to your heating plate of easy press, heat press, whatever you want. This is what it should be like. We are actually going to heat this face down, so cork up and image down. This is how we'll heat it. We will grab butcher's paper, but I'm going to do one at a time. It's 380 degrees for 50 seconds. What I'm going to do is use a pressing pad. This is gonna help get tremendous results. What we'll do is heat this up first, then we will add, this is what our sandwich will be. It'll be pressing pad, butcher's paper, so I'll go ahead and rip some off. It'll be butcher's paper, it will be design, and it'll be more butcher's paper.
Now,
so just like so, this will be the sandwich after we heat up the pressing pad.
Yes, and I know we're gonna have people ask questions, why would you do it that way? And we can talk about that while we heat the pressing pillow up. If you've been around the channel and you've seen us here at MGL sublimate before, you know that with our, when we did the coat or the ornaments with the ceramic tiles, we did it this way as well. So with things like this, blanks like this, and you want to get it around the edge, and let's say you want to make sure there is zero ghosting around the edge.
Yes.
Heating it from the back is still going to get that heat all the way through this blank because this is a metal coaster with a very thin layer of cork.
Yep.
That heat is going to heat through that cork to the metal.
380 degrees.
And then that metal is going to heat up so fast and sublimate on its own. And the pressing pillow is just going to hug that design up next to it.
Yes. Now, we love this clamshell. You do not have to have a clamshell.
No.
You could do this with an easy press. The pressure is not as important as the heat itself. The heat itself, where sublimation ink turns into a gas and stuff like that, the pressure is not exactly, it helps 1000% keep it tight and to get the deepest color. But if you just have an easy press, this project is still doable. I used to do it with easy presses and it's so simple. My word of advice is to tape it really, really good, because as you hold the easy press down or just let it sit there a little bit, mix of both, you will move it around if you don't have it secured. So we have put our sandwich.
Yes.
Pressing pad preheated, butcher's paper. Then we've taped our image down, which we did together, another piece of butcher's paper. We will now press it down, and this is for 55 seconds. So that's a long time, you know? Or excuse me, 50 seconds, sorry.
Yeah. And you will, if you do this, you are going to need a heat glove because like I said, these coasters are metal.
We love our heat
They're
glove,
gonna
y'all.
be hot.
Like these are the things that like you only need one of these, but it's like, why else would you have one of these? Like, are we serious? Like, smokers or something? Like, you know, like working with meat. I feel like all the people.
Oh,
that,
you
like,
meant that kind of smoker.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Sorry. Okay, dumb question, but how can I sublimate onto basswood or no? Jen, you would have to put some type of polyacrylic on it. You would have to do some type of glue or something to seal it.
My favorite way to do it is with laminating sheets.
Yes, laminating sheets are great. Okay, so let's go ahead and open this up. I like to go slow. Love it, love it. Where can we buy the butcher's paper and pressing pillow? From our favorite place, Amazon.com. So we can see here. We can let this cool. We'll do a reveal. And then we'll press the other one just so that we have. So if anyone has any questions, let us know. Here's the results of the other ones. And then I'm impatient. I got a show to put on. So let's see if that, was that enough? What do we think? What do we think?
It didn't do it at all?
No.
Okay.
LOL.
Okay, LOL.
LOL.
This happened to Holly the very first time,
What
and I went
happened?
back and pressed it, and it worked fine for me.
Nuh-uh.
Swear.
What do you think's different?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Ask her. Ask her. The first time she ever did it, she was like, Lauren, what did I do wrong? And I went and pressed it, and it was fine.
I mean, we're going to
Press it
press it
again.
one more time.
Press
We're
it
gonna
again.
Press it again. Should we flip it?
No.
Okay. Now, I may have messed up a corner.
Or, yeah, try it.
I mean, we're at, oh.
Did you let
Guys,
it heat up?
It's technically not even at 380 degrees. We're only at 280. Well,
That's
maybe
why.
it,
It's not
guys, it's
hot
not hot enough.
Because sublimation has to occur.
I'm
Sublimation
so
only
impatient.
sublimation only occurs
At the heat.
within certain heat range.
LOL.
LOL. Tanner
Okay,
didn't
hold
let
on.
it heat
I'm
up.
so impatient. I'm so impatient. That is hilarious. I'm going to add a little more tape on here since I ripped it off. Okay.
He
Well,
just
that's
thought
LOL.
he thought the
I
heat
just
press had been
assume.
on the whole time.
I just assume. No, guys. So our heat element was over 100 degrees off.
Okay, so yeah, let's talk about this because I
That's
know
hilarious.
everybody's gonna say, well, I press with it face up.
Yeah.
Yes, most of the time we do too.
Yes.
With this one, you can press face up or face down.
Yeah.
That face down just makes that design hug around the edges a lot better. Tanner we have to wait until the heat press heats
Yeah.
up because sublimation does not occur.
Well, that just means we're in a Q&A area.
Yeah.
So let us know what your questions are. I'm going to preheat my little thing again.
Just leave it closed until it heats all the way up.
Yeah, let's go keep that heat going. So what questions do you all have right here? Here's the thing about crafting. Like, we always think like, oh my gosh, this only happens to me. No, it happens to all of us. Every single time we craft, like, the craziest thing can happen. Like, we're impatient. Like, we forgot something, so it's totally fine. But did you guys know that if you say yes to MGL Plus today, by the end of the week, or within the we have less than 100 spots technically, we're confirming you a Make-a-thon box for next year. Plus, we're hooking you up with our 3 favorite resources. This is called our Trilogy. This is where you get to learn and master fonts. You're going to learn and master cut files, and you're going to learn and master you're going to be able to master Cricut, Canva, and fonts, which is so much fun. So love it, love it, love it. These are amazing resources. We have a coupon code 75 off, 75OFF. You can use it checkout to go yearly or grab MGL Plus that gets you the sublimation course completely included today and an all access pass for the next year. So yay,
Okay,
love it.
I would love to address this question because I feel like we're gonna have a lot of people that run into this when
Okay.
they are creating their design, and
So
that's with the
fun.
slice function. Yes, if you use the slice function to cut off the edges of the floral pieces, it is going to cut through the bottom square.
Yeah.
That is perfectly fine as long as you do not move any of those pieces. If you slice that one side, slice the bottom side, and if you do this before you put your picture on top of it, then you can select it all, delete, select it all, flatten it, and it will be fine. If that makes any sense.
We're almost to 360 degrees, so we're only 20 degrees off. Love it, love it, love it, love it. So good.
Why do you have, I'm assuming Terry's asking, why do you have to have a sublimation blank? What is the difference? I'm so glad that you asked that.
Such a great
so,
question.
sublimation occurs and only sticks to polymers.
Yep.
So you have to have a polymer coating or have some type of polyester count in your blank, whether that is a t-shirt or a coaster or whatever, which is why we say a lot of times to add a laminating sheet on top of something that doesn't have a polymer coating, because that is in and of itself is creates that polymer coating. So when you see a sublimation blank, that means that that blank has a coating that is going to allow the sublimation or the particles of the ink to stick to it. If you don't have that, it's not gonna stick.
And someone asked like, hey Tanner, it beeped. So there's two things on this specific heat press. Oh, it's at 380 degrees, yay. Okay, so we're gonna do this for 50 seconds. It has the timer and it has the temperature. So you heard the timer. So love it, love it, love it. Lorraine, so good. So when you joined Lifetime, it doesn't come with a box. And really it depends on if you want our past courses, if you should upgrade to MGL Plus. Love it.
Okay, we have some more questions about
Lauren does have a video on the new Maker 4. Yes, love it. There's no odor really. There's a light odor, I would say, technically. I wouldn't even say, it doesn't affect me, and I feel like I'm pretty sensitive to smells with like allergies and things like that.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say, as long as you're in a well-ventilated area for sure, but no odor really.
Yes.
Love it. What was the other questions?
We had some other questions. Rihanna asked, could I make my own polymer blanks with polyurethane? So we have added polyacrylic to some stuff before to create a polymer coating.
Oh, you can just tell.
You can tell it's different.
The difference.
You need your heat glove this time, I can promise
yeah,
you.
because like you can tell like
That's
the
crisp.
butcher's paper is crisp.
The only thing is if you add your own poly coating to something, you need to make sure it has cured for quite some time, because if it is any bit wet, it could really mess it up.
Yeah, and you can just tell the difference from our other press because it, first of all, is so hot, and the like around the edges is so much more crisper with a darker image. So you probably love this. Cool. I'm gonna move this little pressing pad because it's very warm. Beautiful. I'm gonna put that back because we're about to make our second one and it'll be good to go. So we're gonna let this cool. I like to sometimes just leave it on a nice little cool surface. And yeah, we're probably good to peel it and check it out. Oh my gosh, Lauren, it did not, the design did not go through. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it back in there and see.
Just turn it upside, turn it right side up.
Yeah, we're gonna put it face up. Super good. And press it. So fun.
Did it start to turn a?
It did a little, but not much at all.
So I guess if they were doing, that might have been, I actually think when I went back behind.
So let me grab my heating glove now. And ba-da-ba-ba-ba. 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 Okay, so here is what we're going to do now. We're going to see. Now, okay, I'm a little too excited. It's a little toasty. It's a little toasty. We're going to put that back here. We're going to move it here. Okay, so we're going to let this cool. Let us know if you guys have any other questions. This is so fun, getting to figure it out.
Can I put this on a mouse pad? Absolutely. There are so many
sublimation mouse pads.
Sublimation mouse pads are great to sublimate.
Oh my gosh! Listen, look at us persevere. So good.
Is it
so
working?
good. So good. Okay, are you guys ready for this? You're gonna be like, it didn't press. You're gonna be like, you won't even believe it. Ba-da, ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Look at it, crisp beauty. Oh my gosh, let me remove the tape. Guys, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Here it is, it's so fun.
Yay!
Oh my gosh, I love the rich colors from my film camera. It did a really, really good job too. So I love that. So yay, we did it! And the little offset looks so good. Love that we chose to have this little piece on the front.
Yeah.
That is incredible. That is super, super awesome. And then yeah, so you can see that we went with a slightly different color from the sample, but super fun, super easy, and it's awesome. I love them. Love them, love them, love them. But notice the pressing pad kind of helps it just like fade like to the evermost corner. Do you guys see that?